I'd like to call to order the April 15, 2021 Hingham Historic Districts Commission meeting. This meeting is being held remotely as an alternate means of public access pursuant to an order issued by the Governor of Massachusetts dated March 12, 2020, suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law. You're hereby advised that this meeting and all communications during this meeting may be recorded by the town of Hingham in accordance with the open meeting law. So before we jump in to the hearings tonight, I want to ask the commission members if there are any conflicts. I think last time, Hans, you recused yourself from 44 Middle Street.
I'd like to do that again, please.
Yep, okay. Are there any other conflicts tonight with any other commission members?
No conflicts here.
Okay, great. Okay, and so then in that case, the voting member on that one, as we appointed last time, was Ben for 44 Middle Street. Otherwise, with the other hearings, the voting members are the normal voting members, which would be Catherine, Hans, Justin, Carol, and myself. Okay, so we do have a really jam-packed agenda tonight, lots to go over, so we're going to do our best to stick with the time as on our agenda. We'll look to move this forward along as quickly as possible, given the numbers of hearings we have tonight. So with that, I'd open it up to 44 Middle Street. Mr. Glynn, I know when we last spoke, just as an update on our end, we talked about the replacement of the windows on the upper floor. And I think we all agreed that replacement would be appropriate. It was a matter of, I think, the light pattern and the sash pattern on the windows that you're going to replace. So assuming that's where we need to go, I think it sounded like you had some images you could share for us.
Sure. I think the host needs to, it says host is disabled participant screen sharing. I don't know if someone can enable me to do that.
Yes, I just did. You should be able to.
Does everyone see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So these aren't particularly great images to look at from my perspective, but this is what was provided to us from Hingham Lumber through Peter Bickford. We've relied upon Peter to I think he shared this with the board a couple of weeks ago in terms of what we were envisioning for a replacement. But these are windows that Peter installed on a house on Faring Road, right at the corner by Derby. So we went and looked at that house just from our perspective to understand the aesthetic of what a casement window that mimics a double hung might look like. This image here is a 9/6. The windows we're replacing are a 12/8. I think it would be our preference to have the same light pattern if that's achievable through Marvin. But I'll defer to the board in terms of how you think it's best to proceed.
And so I think one of the discussions last time was also intending to get an egress window in the second floor bedrooms. And I think what we talked about last time was whether the light pattern on the window and the sash being smaller on the bottom and larger on the top, or vice versa, whether that would provide enough egress area for those windows. So is it true that those patterns won't allow proper egress with, and that this casement window is the only way to achieve that?
Yeah, I mean, I pressed Peter extensively on that because our preference would have been a double hung window. I guess the explanation that we received is that the way windows are today, the height of the opening isn't sufficient enough that would allow a double hung window, even if we altered that's existing now, but obviously would immediately solve for egress concerns.
Thanks, Mr. Glynn. And these are wood,
Yes.
and are these simulated divided light or true divided light? You know?
Simulated based on what I'm reading here.
And so with this scenario, with the casement, the screen would be on the inside,
Yes.
as opposed to the outside. Okay. Any thoughts from the commission members?
I think this looks appropriate based on the safety concerns and egress concerns. It seems like the best solution to the problem. And if the Mr. Glynn is trying to get the 12 over 6, is that what it was?
It's 12 over 8. There's four. It's 4 wide in terms of panes. So I mean, our optimal solution would be to mimic what's there currently.
Right. But this seems like a viable solution and compatible with the and appropriate with the home.
Yes.
Any other thoughts? Ben?
Maybe I missed something. There's a mention of a 12 over 8, but the picture here, 9 over 6.
Correct. I need to verify with Peter if this is just kind of a stock image or if whether or not we can, get the 12 over 8. That's certainly our goal.
Well, it would certainly help the aspect ratio rather than squares would have rectangles. I can see in the quote it says 3 wide, 3 high. So I do believe that image is in fact representative.
If it's okay, I can work with Peter to renew the quote and make sure that we meet the 12 over 8 and share it with the board.
Maybe that could just be submitted, Mr. Chairman, to Andrea.
I think so. I know we're kind of on our third round with this, and I want to make sure we can sort of move this along and move the applicant along, making sure that obviously the final solution is appropriate. So, if the commission is comfortable with either 9 over 6 or 12 over 8, if it's 12 over 8, that the applicant submits a revised cut sheet for record.
And on this sheet, is there a specification for the muntin thickness?
Yeah, it's 5/8.
It's 5. Oh, so that's 5/8 SDL with spacer bar.
What's the preferred length or width?
5/8 would be, it's the more narrow. The other one they start to get big and.
Our goal is to, replace as close as we can to what's there. So we're more than happy to work with you to achieve that.
Now, typically on an existing structure, we don't typically approve simulated divided light. I think in this scenario, part of the challenge here would be, because it's a casement, what do you do with a storm? It would almost have to be an energy panel. I'm not sure that you could do a storm window in this application, so that's just something else to consider.
Do they even make casements that are single pane these days? I'd be surprised that it didn't exist. Even with an energy panel. So it says.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, I think for reasons you've already pointed out, Mr. Chairman, we have to go with STL.
And I think it's preferable to having the storm, which is going to just flatten everything completely. So I think it's the
Right.
best option.
And it does say it's a low E2 window with argon apparently inside the gap. So that's an insulating window, it sure it seems.
Mr. Chairman, I think that, as we discussed last time, the primary concern here is egress.
Right.
So to your point, I think anything like a storm or an energy panel would mess that up.
That's correct. I mean, from our standpoint, anything's going to be an improvement from an insulation perspective. So we would not want a storm or anything in front of the window that would prevent it from opening.
Okay, any other thoughts from any commission members? Carol?
My only concern is what Ben said. I think the square panes will stand out from the rest of the house. But if you can get to the 12 or 8, that'd be fabulous. How will we find that out? You just have to contact your fellow.
Yeah, I agree with that point. I assumed that this might be just an image that wasn't necessarily reflective of what we were getting. So I'm more than happy to rectify that with Peter and communicate with the board
Great, thank you.
as to how we're.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to start a motion if that's helpful.
Yep. Go for it.
I'd like to make a motion for a certificate of appropriateness for 44 Middle Street. Windows located in the main volume, either gable end bedrooms. Windows are to be all wood, a casement style with a double hung muntin layout, window cut sheet to be provided to Andrea's office for review by voting members, preferably 12 over 8. Marvin, quote number 52H6G NX. I don't see a date.
And these are for 4 on the second floor.
The date is 3/19.
Okay, date is 3/19. These are the bedroom windows on either gable end of the main volume. For the record, the reason for the window change is for egress requirements from a bedroom.
Thanks, Ben. Is there a second?
Second.
Catherine, how do you vote?
Yay.
Justin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Carol, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ben, how do you vote?
Aye.
That's an aye for me as well. Motion passes. And when you get that final cut sheet, if you could just submit that to Andrea, and we'll take a little last look at it.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Glynns for their patience and their cooperation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.
Okay, the next hearing is 389 Main Street for an addition on the left-hand side of the house, as well as modifications to a dormer in the back, as well as the garage modifications as well. So thanks for having us out on site over the weekend. It was great to be able to be back at the property and see the property again and any updates to the content before we get going?
Yeah, actually, hopefully this will work because I actually put together a deck. Last time I was really technology deficient. Hopefully I'll overcome that obstacle this time around. So hopefully this works. Can you guys see this okay?
Yep, great.
All right. You guys are now, I work for Apple, so like my team would be proud of me at this point in time. So, all right, let's go for it. All right, so here's the, you guys have seen this previously. There isn't a huge update here other than kind of moving around exactly where the outdoor kitchen area is. Sean, I'm not sure if there's any other updates you want to make to this slide. This
conversation, I guess.
Yep.
Really just in that, this is Sean Pappas, Landscape Architecture, 222 Moore Street for the record. Essentially, what Tim is talking about is there's a couple adjustments he was making for ingress, egress into the structure, into the addition. But I think that you had seen everything on Saturday morning pretty well when it comes to the pool location. The existing terrace is there, obviously, and we're just essentially connecting the two. So not doing a tremendous amount of terrace for the pool, but essentially what we were going to do is still stone, blue stone is what we're intending. The discussion was a little more about fence, and I suppose we might get into that a little bit later.
Yeah, I've got a slide for that as well.
I'm going to let you roll because I'm enjoying this presentation too.
All right, let's keep moving. All right, so here's the outline, and obviously I got some feedback while you guys were there. If you look at the north elevation, you'll see where the current office is. There's windows. I'm sorry, there's sliders that are there. I took a little bit of time today and just kind of wiped them out. Al and I talked about that. So you see I highlighted that area here, and the goal is to kind of actually turn it back into where we remove any stairs and we put the two windows that are aligned directly with the windows above, which I think makes that back flow much better than it does in the current design that it has. The other feedback that we had was with regards to the portico on the back side of the garage. And so what I did basically is talk to Al as well and said, we can definitely remove that. Here's another look at it from both the right and the left-hand side. Happy to remove that as well. And I thought I would stop here and see if there's other things that you guys wanted to discuss. Hans, I do have pictures of the 3D model that we can look at from the angle you requested last time. So I'll get to that slide a little bit later. But I wanted to kind of go now kind of subsection by subsection if there are questions, because I've got Al on as well. And so Al can answer some of the questions with regards to the roof lines that I wasn't able to answer last time.
Nice job. Hello.
Hi. Hi. I was concerned originally about taking the roof line of the garage up higher until I walked around and saw your neighbors. And even with what you'd like to do, you're still not going to be as tall as your neighbor's addition, which is very close to the garage. So I think you're going to be fine with this. I'm still seeing my eye goes right to that overhang connecting the two buildings, which says it's not an old barn because they didn't connect them. How tied into that are you at this point? Do you have to have an overhang?
You mean removing what's there today?
Yeah, not the walkway, just the overhead.
I actually haven't thought much about it yet, Carol, to be honest. I'd have to put, first of all, I'd have to get my wife permission because I think she'd be the one that makes the call on that one. But it's not something I've thought of yet. Is that a good point?
What's happening is you're filling the block, in effect. It looks like, I don't want to insult you and say a strip mall or anything like that, but it is definitely a very long use of your property. It's from front to back. And by chopping that up and saying, no, that's the barn out there, this is our house, it just feels so much better to me. It feels more appropriate for an old house. And I'd appreciate it if you did at least consider it and think about it.
But I think it's existing, and it's not part of the application. So I agree. I can appreciate that, but I don't think we can. I mean, we can suggest it, but I don't think we can ask them to.
That's all doing. He's just suggesting a rethink.
Totally understand where you're going with that. And to be honest, like I would have loved to have had the house a little wider and less long. When they put that addition on, like originally, it's a really long addition, but it's really thin. So I hear you loud and clear on that. The only thing that saves it is the rest of the property, right? The fact that it's a double lot. If we didn't have that secondary lot, I think it would be quite strange, to be honest. So I hear you loud and clear. All right, any other questions? And I agree with you about the garage, by the way. The house behind us is like ginormous. I totally agree with you.
So with the portico in the red box that you're eliminating, are you replacing it with anything or just eliminating it completely?
It would just be a door. So if I go back to the slide prior, so we would just take the portico off and it would just be a door over there, which would lead to the second floor of the garage.
Yep. Good.
All right, I'll move on to the next view. This is the office view. So this is, basically gives you a little idea of the office layout. But I think Carol just kind of handled it earlier. Any other questions in regards to that? Okay. So this is the actual 3D view. You guys saw this, the folks that were here over the weekend. This is the southwest view. I think more importantly, what Hans is asking for is this view, which was the northwest view. And so this is, again, I wasn't able to make the change in this picture here, but we would remove the sliders and the deck that's in front of the current white chair room. So that would be gone. And so all we're doing at that point in time is just kind of connecting the roof lines. And then at that point, not doing anything further with the office area. Al, I'm not sure if there's anything else you want to say here, because you hadn't had the chance to talk about it previously, but I'll let you guys comment.
Model, I'm seeing all the flaws, but it is a massing model. It's meant to just express basic roof lines. So that's the intent of the model. So
It's a very nice model.
Very well done, Al.
all right, cool.
Al, I'm keeping this. You're not getting it
Hey,
back.
no, I want it back.
That's super cool. People on my conference calls were like, "What's that thing behind you?" I'm like, "That's my house." So anyway, yeah, very cool.
But with respect to the windows and the doors and the sliders, it sort of speaks for itself. So
Did we talk about the third floor on the original house?
So which piece is that?
Not.
the dormer, the third floor dormer.
Yeah. Right now you've got a two-story house with an attic, right?
We do, and the attic's pretty full, but to be transparent, that chimney is so big, you really can't even get by and actually use that space. So the only way we could really turn that in, because we have 4 kids, so we only have a 4-bedroom house. So we're trying to achieve a 5-bedroom house. And so that's why we're making that change. It's not just extra space, I guess is my point, because if that was the case, this would be a harder sell. But we're trying to get to that 5th bedroom.
I have real trouble taking a very old, lovely house and adding a third story to it, but
I hear you. I think what we were trying to do is try to put it in such a situation where you couldn't see it from at least 2 of the 3 streets, and why we want to put it the way we did, but I get it. We just couldn't find the space anywhere else. And since we got rid of the other structure idea across the way, this was the only place we could really find that space.
And the shed dormer is, in scale, it's about as small as it can be to function the way it needs to function up there. So it's broken back from the rake line, and it's ahead of it's below the ridge line, and it's up from the second floor roof plane. I mean the facade plane. So it's a fairly minimal shed dormer, and I understand that it's adding dormer to an old historic home, but it's as thoughtful as we could do it.
Al, what's the plate height at the dormer there? The dormer head.
I think it's 7'6". I should be in the documents, but it's actually 5'8". Let's take it back.
Okay, so someone 6 feet tall is bumping their head if they
Yeah.
walk out to that.
He basically did it for my height, and I'm only shrinking. So yeah, we should be good. But my son's like 6 foot, so he'll have to be careful.
No, 5'8" is really the minimum.
Hans, you want to say something?
Yeah, Al, is there enough room for 2 windows on that, I guess it's the west facing or the north facing dormer?
Yeah,
That single,
Yep, that's gonna be a bathroom. We can balance that out with another window, certainly.
or center it, or put, if you could fit 2 maybe? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's a good call, Hans. I like the idea of 2. Should I admit Ben Smith? I think I'm now like the person. I'll say yes. Oops, sorry, guys. There it goes. Hans, that's a good call out. I like that idea of the 2 windows. I think it'll look much better up there the way that would sit.
Just as long as you have the same width from the window to the trim, it looks like it's a foot or 2. If you can,
Yeah, on both
I don't
sides.
want to
Yeah.
squeeze it, but if you can,
I can make
if you want them the same, looks like they're 6 lights, so.
Even if you had to squeeze the dormer a little to the left, Hans, like to get another foot, just to make sure that the distance is the same for that part of the dormer as it is to the right side, I agree.
Okay.
Ben?
So I have some questions about the white chair room, more specifically the second floor. I mean, you've got an overhang there. It's a bit like a garrison. Was there any studies done about eliminating that overhang?
Yeah, Al and I talked about that earlier today. And so since we have to dig that part out anyways, we could, and I think Al was trying to kind of save that wall. We have to take the 4 windows that are out. I'm sitting in the room right now. Take those 4 windows out anyways. So I think what we do is decide either take the whole wall out the distance or somehow make the second floor a little bit smaller so it's in line. I've never liked the overhang. I just didn't think that really sat well with me. So I think we either make it smaller above or we make the bottom part a little larger.
No, it's quirky, but it doesn't seem to match the architecture.
I agree.
No, the smaller above.
If we go footprint by, I think it's a 1.8 or 1.6 to align that front plane, that would solve it. If we use the existing footprint, we carry that front facade up to the roof line. There just isn't enough roof to make those roof shapes work properly. So that was the conundrum. Tying into that existing breakboard, but bringing it out a foot and a half would solve it nicely.
I also noticed the pool equipment is right there near, or proposed pool equipment is near the bulkhead at the front. That could not be somewhere maybe not visible.
So it will be screened. So it will be screened both from the pool enclosure gate, or fence that comes out the corner of the house, as well as if we would like to wrap some fence around it, we can still do that and screen it. A bigger challenge on that is we'd love to have it over behind the garage or to the side of the garage, but we can't put it in the building setback. So it still has to meet those same setbacks that you would have as if it were a garage or something, and it's just pool equipment. So that gave us a big challenge. We'd love to have it over by the grill or right behind the garage, but we don't have any place to put it.
Yeah, that was my preference, was to put it behind the garage, but we can't do it.
So that's right behind a 6-foot fence.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Sorry about that. That'll be out of view.
Yeah. Great.
Question for on the 3rd floor gable where you want to do that little garrison. On the model, there's no window up there. Are you going to take that window out, or are you going to leave it?
It just got peeled away during one of the iterations of the modeling. So that facade is a little.
Okay, we absolutely want the window. Actually,
Yeah, that's it.
Al, is it? Can I actually? Sorry, guys, I'm jumping around here by mistake. So the garage windows, we're just doing one, right? Al, not the two, right? Because I think the two would change it. Although it would be great light, I think we'd stick with the one.
Okay. If you look at drawing A201, that shows the true side elevation. The window in the attic would remain on that elevation house.
Okay, and then just the other two on the right hand side, correct? Those two will stay.
Correct. Yes.
You lose the one above.
The one above gets captured. Yeah, it becomes the doorway to the proposed bedroom.
Okay. And Al, are you just thinking about doing another gable on the second floor instead of the garrison?
If we eliminate the overhang for the garrison, the roof lines would stay the same. We would build out the bottom floor to align with that second floor projection.
Okay, I got you.
Yep.
Would it be possible to create a lower roof line and then to a roof line where it would match the main body of the house? This roof line's a little quirky. I know you need the gable to allow height for you to get into the new space, but I'm wondering if you had a little lower connecting roof line and then a higher gable would simplify the roof line, be a little bit more in keeping with the existing main body of the house. Is that possible?
Yeah, it's a challenge playing to that main body. I appreciate those thoughts, and we can look at anything, but in this geometry, it sort of becomes a salt box shape if we're following your observation properly.
Yeah, I guess I'm not articulating it very well. I'm picturing a low kind of roof line and then separation and then a higher roof line so that it just transitions. I'm not sure how it would work with the window pattern that's in here, so it may not work. I'm just trying to solve that.
Yeah. I was trying to keep the mass, the form down. I thought these two gables sort of did that nicely. The garrison, whether it's in or out, it's still the roof line sort of challenge, and this one to me works. But again, there may be another way that might be better. I don't know what it might be.
If the roof line was higher, could you guys get a single gable with this matching the front of the house? If it was a tiny bit higher, like a foot or.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm following what higher.
Just to bring it higher and make it one, as opposed to multiple.
That's what I'm wondering.
Okay. Oh, but that's the challenge because it's the addition steps beyond the main body of the house, so that's what's sort of driving that rear gable design.
Yeah.
You'd have a cheated wall around the corner.
Yeah, exactly.
Tricky. Okay, thank you.
And
just one last question. The window that's getting moved, was that an original window to the home?
yes,
So it's an antique window?
Which one? No, which one? I'm sorry, the one that's getting removed for the hallway?
yes.
Yeah.
No, that is not original. The back part of the house is all new windows, and I feel like they redid that whole area because the only original windows are the ones that you see on the primary house on the right, and then all the ones on the front. Everything back behind are like new, like bend down windows you can clean and the whole deal. So they're not original.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions on the design? I was going to go to if you guys are okay. I know we're a little over our time, so I'll probably wrap this up. But if you guys are okay, I was going to go to the fence designs. Andrea, is that something we want to cover up as well?
We definitely have to get to the fence, so
Okay.
I don't know, for the commission members, is there anything else to address on the main house? Any other questions?
What are the fence?
Fence it is.
Right. So for the folks that visited, what we did actually is we kind of showed that there was 6-foot ladders, and the majority of the fence. Well, good news is it'll be hidden by the arborvitaes that are there. And so we kind of talked about different colors, and so I'll stop talking and hand over to you for your feedback on what you're thinking about the design and the color, but here are some of the options that Sean put together that we can talk through. Sean, I'm not sure if you want to add any more color.
Yeah, well, just the one that we ran into is that you do have this fence on the other side of the garage. It's more of your trim color, which I'll just call it real vaguely like a cream color, or what, beigey cream, or whatever it is. So we were not proposing something that would have been that bright, because we didn't like how it standed out. I mean, certainly you have a white fence option on the left and on the upper left there. That is, to us, it's too bright. You have the cedar version, which the lower left in this photo that Tim pulled together was, that's it as it's installed. It'll go to more of a silver, but it'll be pretty visible. And then the couple of colors that we discussed on site were the dark green on the lower right, like almost an Essex green or a real black green, or kind of more the black or charcoal that we've got in the upper right, which is probably closer to what the shutter color is. I know that you guys were pointing out the shutter color, so that's where we were evolving this. Still doing the 6 foot because it has to be pool enclosure for Hingham, which is 6 feet tall. Typically, we do 4'6" of board fence, and then 1.5 1'6" of the picket topper. So it's still a little more decorative, and a little more open, and not too jarring. But that's really all I was wanting to make sure we covered for a quick second there. So I'm done.
Sean, didn't you show us a copy of one that looked more like the house color?
That would have, no, that would have been the copy of the one that, if you're talking about the trim color, that was one that's actually on site already on the other side of the garage. So there is one that's slightly different proportions, but it's more of the beige kind of cream color that is on the other side of the garage, existing today, sits there today.
Is that the neighbor's fence, John?
Is that the neighbor's?
No, it's ours.
Yeah, it's yours.
That one's going to be replaced. That will be replaced either way.
Correct.
The neighbors actually reached out asking if we would be willing to share price. I'm like, yes, that sounds great. And so, yeah, that's definitely going to be replaced.
So that was, Carol, that's what that would have been. Would have been that fence, or maybe that you saw there.
Okay, there's nothing in our packet that shows the color of the house and the trim, right? It's black and white.
Do you have any site photos at all, perhaps?
Let's see what I got, guys.
So I think for me, more the issue is not so much
It's a
the
nice
color.
shot. Sorry to interrupt.
So that's all right. Is more the having a fence, arborvitae, and then a 6 foot fence on Main Street. I can't think of another scenario where in town where I see that double fence look. It's really the mass feels really big to me. I feel like in the past when we've had fence requests for pools, we've tried to get the tall fence as far back from the house as possible to show and allow that most of the house to stand proud. I completely understand why you want a big open yard with full access to the pool. I'm just wondering if there's another solution where you could have big, wide, 6 foot, double 6 foot gates that give you that connected feeling on either, on the house side and on the garden side. With the arborvitae already, it feels really enclosed, and so I guess I'm concerned about the massing of the fence and how that's going to be with the double fence, especially because we've got the light fence and then the greenery and then this dark fence. Just feels like a lot.
What if we took the white fence down? What if we took the picket fence down and just had the green fence? Because I agree, I don't want to maintain 2 fences if we don't have to, and I would not want a 6 foot fence unless I'm required to. So we're kind of caught, right? Because there's only so many places you can put the pool. It's really difficult to structure the fence around the pool the way it's situated here, with the flow of the back and the dogs and everything we have. And so if it's the double fence that you're worried about, maybe we only have the fence directly in front of my house and we don't have it around the rest of the property, if that makes sense. So I'm open to other ideas if that makes more sense.
one thing I would comment on though is also, you're really talking about the side yard for you, right? So the main framework of the house, so right in front of the main facade, the historical facade, you don't have this fence. You've got your other fence, your white fence, that's the lower picket. So it's not really having that full double fence right in front of the main body of the house.
Yeah, I guess the way that the arborvitae returned, kind of on top of the house, the white room, it feels already very crowded there. So I just wonder what the other members think about what I said.
So, Tim, I've been trying to, since we went out to the property, just wrestling with a solution on the fence. Given that you do want to put a pool in here, Main Street, right up next to a sidewalk, 6-foot fences are very rare. And, the challenge with this lot is you got kind of a corner lot, and, you want to put a swimming pool in your backyard, which it is, but it's also the side yard for Main Street, which is very visible. And I know the arborvitae is going to grow over time, but there's still gaps there. And I personally would like to see you enclose this somehow with some type of fence up next to the pool, and keeping that openness to Main Street. It's just a lot of fence up on Main Street and in Aberdeen. It's a pretty large area that you're enclosing. So if there's a way to do this, which meets a 6-foot code, maybe with an invisible fence, something like that, where you can still have the openness, but then have the 6-foot code, I think that would be preferable for the way I'm looking at this.
I don't think I can think of a similar fence arrangement on the public way of that form.
Do you guys know, are there many other lots that have 3 different roads around them the way we have it?
There could be, but I think that's what makes this sort of a unique situation. And I think the biggest challenge is, at least in my mind, that part right up against Main Street. And I would agree, a 6-foot fence along that way, even if the other small fence comes down, I think it's not appropriate for that location.
It sounds sort of not harmonious is the word that comes to my mind with the neighborhood.
Well, I think the key word you just said there is unique, right? And I feel like unique circumstances require a unique solution, right? So the challenge I see, Hans, is like, you're just as smart as me, like, and you didn't figure it out over the weekend, right? So I don't know how we could possibly put a 6-foot fence around that pool without completely alienating the rest of the property and making it look even worse than it would if we had the fence around it. Because we could move the pool to the center of the yard, because we can't move it back anymore. You see the dotted line that goes around the pool itself? Like, we have pushed this back to the limits of the actual setbacks. And so could we move it to the middle and put a fence around in the middle? Sure. But then we have like this weird closed off pool with property all the way around it, which would be super strange to say the very least. And we can't go left. So that's our challenge, is that it is a unique property.
Let me just give you a couple instances. I know Sean and I talked briefly about this at the site visit. He recently worked on a property out on School Street, which has some invisible fence, which I think had some openness to it, and I think it came out great. That's one. And the other one is something we worked on 5 or 6 years ago. It's kind of it's the Kindler residence, and they were able to fence off that pool. It's kind of in the middle of the yard because it was a predominantly from the Middle Street side. So we wanted to preserve that, to being able to look into that, kind of like your property. So they were able to do that with a black fence that was 6 foot tall. So I think, Sean, you may have worked on that one too, and I can't remember.
Yeah, we did.
Is there only eight feet between, like, if you look at where the fire pit is now, there's 8 feet really in between that area of concrete and the pool edge, right? And so that's the challenge. And I'm not sure, Hans, but we have an invisible dog fence, and so my brain is like, that's a wire under the ground. So what are you meaning by an invisible fence? I'm not sure I understand.
Maybe Sean can explain it better than I can.
Yeah, I think, Hans, what you were describing was over on School Street, we did a mesh fence with cedar frame. So it was a kind of essentially a raw natural cedar frame. Does have some bleaching oil on, I believe. And it's metal mesh, and so that it's very transparent, so that you can hardly see.
It's still structurally 6 feet tall.
Yeah, it's still 6 feet tall. So when you're talking about the dogs and other people trafficking through, you're right, Tim. It would split the yard up, you know, and not quite in half, but like 40%, 60%. So, so that's where your issue, I believe, is with it, right, Tim?
Correct.
And the Kindler's was it had some open picket, and then it went to something more like what we're showing here with board fence and
what if we did the invisible fence all the way around the property instead of the board fence? Because that would give some visibility through the invisible fence and make it look. And that's the first one I saw, Hans, that I'm like, that's fantastic. I love that. But then we went to a style that we thought would be more acceptable. But what if we did the invisible style fence all the way around the property as opposed to the board fence?
I still think we're having, that's a, you know, it's definitely a more contemporary look, and it's still a massing issue, I think. Well, I just have a couple of thoughts here. Maybe this is a solution, Sean. I see that the pool is 18 feet wide, and if you had two gates that were, you know, two gates that were 6 foot each, that gives you 12 feet. And maybe you could have some kind of sliding gate that slid almost like a pocket door kind of apart to allow more openness when people were taking in the pool. And maybe you could do the same thing on that 44 foot side to really create that open vibe you're trying to get. I certainly understand you wanting it to be feeling connected and part of the, you know, play zone you got going. And perchance, you know, that would allow that connected open feeling when you need it, but then you can close it away. And with some strategic plantings, maybe, you know, it softens it and gives you that the look you want.
So the challenge on that might be that we do have to have self-closing, self-latching gates by code. The big long sliders are a little. It's unfortunate we can't really. It'd be great if we could kind of remove a panel or have it as like an accordion type door or accordion window, but we can't do that by code. So that's just a bit of a pickle there with that. But I get where you're going with it. I understand trying to make more openings and make them wide and be able to have them open when you want to and then close them.
Could one side be stationary and one side be self-closing? And then, you know.
We'd have to look at that. We have to certainly make sure that we're covering code there. I think both, essentially you have to have them open to the exterior. So you open to the outside of the pool area. Typically it's on a swing arm, a typical hinge that's been adapted with essentially a spring. We could potentially look at that. I don't know how much more open we can get than, say, 8 foot openings. That might be the limit that we could get. I'm betting.
Any other commission members' thoughts on the fence? Ben?
So Hans, one property that comes to mind is also 32 Middle Street. The Shafter residence, I know that pool is kind of receded. And they have that fence that you mentioned immediately around it, and that works quite well for them.
I think I know that property, and so if we had another 20 feet that we could So Sean, we've got some homework to go do, right? So it sounds to me like the committee's not exactly too excited about the layout that we have here. And we're not too excited about putting a fence around a pool that close to the back area. So
The only question would be, would there be an opportunity, if there is, we did hear Catherine's thoughts about the mesh fence or something more open being in the location where we are showing the fence now. If it's a different style, I'm not sure how the rest of the commission feels about that.
I mean, I agree. Any fence of 6 feet along Main Street, regardless of the style, is going to be not appropriate for that spot. I think it doesn't sound like we're going to solve the fence issue tonight. It sounds like, I'm sure Mr. Wagner and Sean, you want to probably reconvene and talk about some options, but I don't know if the commission member are in favor of a motion on the house, the modifications to the house. Maybe we could decouple this. If the commission member is on board with the modifications to the house, move that forward, come back, with another option and potential solution for the fence.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be helpful, Tim?
absolutely, and it should be decoupled anyways, right? At the end of the day, the yard is one project and the house is another. So I completely agree, and I appreciate that.
Might I suggest to really make this a bit cleaner, to resubmit the application for the fence using all this same information, the site plan, so that it becomes a new application, and we can vote on the house and just say that this does not include approval for the fence.
That works. Thank you, Andrew.
And Al, a question on the windows. Are these simulated divided or true divided light?
What's going on with the windows these days with the commission? Because it would be I just don't know what what's approvable these days, because it's always been sort of the Roscoe package with the storms, and the true divided light would be the way to go here.
Yeah. So on new additions, we allow simulated divided light. I think I would probably classify this as a new, in my opinion, this would be a new addition. I know the first floor of that bump out is existing, but I don't know that that's original to the house. I'm not sure when that was built. I can't remember.
It was built in the 1960s. And so yeah, it's more recent, and the windows, you'll be very happy with the new windows because the current ones are horrible. Yeah.
So simulated.
Simulated. Okay. Well, then would anybody like to make a motion for 389 Main Street?
I could do it, Mike.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion for 389 Main Street for the expansion and increase in height of the garage to include a second story, and for an addition to the left side of the house based on drawings submitted 3/3/21. These are from last time, right, Al? It's the most recent?
Yes.
Based on drawings on 3/3/21, including the sketch on the first page and photograph submitted, and a sketch, a site plan on the second page, second set of sketches, also just send us a copy of the model, like a photograph of the model to Andrea. Those two photographs you were using, those are really helpful.
Absolutely.
A100, A101, A102, 103, 201, 202, 301. A sketch of the site plan, and also, just for reference, a sketch of the previously approved drawing. A garage will include a second story with two shed dormers as depicted in the drawings. Windows to be constructed as shown. Simulated divided light windows on the second floor. Trim to match existing. The applicant would like to remove the small portico at the back of the garage and just have a man door correct to the rear. Cut sheets for that man door to be submitted to the commission. Garage doors. Are you going to keep the existing garage doors?
The actual, like the larger garage doors?
Yes.
I'll probably swap them out. And if there's a design you want, Hans, it's like if there's one we can pick from. I don't have a design in mind at my point. I do want to replace them probably. Okay,
So I didn't hear anything from the commission on comments on the doors. So I'll just doors based on A201. Applicant to submit cut sheets on those doors. Doors to be wood. Panel doors with 8 lights above for each individual door. So it's a total of 16 per opening. Second floor to have shutters matching the house. Clapboards to match the house or the existing garage. Mike, am I forgetting anything on the garage? Paint to match existing, roof to match existing, roof to match the
materials, all trimmed to be wood.
Yeah, all trimmed to be wood. Okay. On the addition, there'll be some modifications to the drawings so that the garrison is removed and the first floor is extended to out to the second floor. Drawing that is requested and has been submitted. Windows on the addition to be simulated divided light. With shutters to match the existing house. All windows to be wood. Clapboards to match the existing. Trim to be wood. Clapboards to be wood to match existing. Applicant will submit another cut sheet on the third floor with 2 windows. 6 light windows on the west-facing roof in replace of the one that's been drawn. Third floor, clapboards to match existing, trim to match existing, roof to match existing, windows to be simulated divided light, wood. What else? Anything else I'm missing? Ben, Mike, others?
Yeah, so on the north elevation, the sliders that are shown are to be modified to be 2 double hung windows. Drawings to be resubmitted.
And that there's no deck there, correct, Mr. Wagner?
No, where, I'm sorry, say that again.
where the sliders are being moved,
No, yeah, there's no deck there. That will be just the sliders are gone, 2 windows, and no deck. Yep.
A new French door to be installed based on A201. New roof to be installed over the first floor to line up with the existing roof going to the garage. Columns to be round columns. Those are new, correct?
Yeah, match the existing.
Okay, match existing. Yep. This motion does not include any site work, any landscaping work. Applicant to resubmit a landscape and fencing changes at a later date with a new application.
That was quite a motion.
Is there a second?
Second that.
I just want to point out that we, as I believe I told you, you need to get started with that pool, and we don't have jurisdiction over whether or not you put a pool in. It's the fence. So if you need to get started with the pool, that's fine.
Yeah, the challenge will be, Andrea, and so first of all, thank you very much to the commission for going through the motion for the house. The pool
Actually,
piece.
can we hold on a second? Sorry, we haven't voted on the motion yet. I don't know if
Yeah,
you
sorry.
I'll stop. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
All right, Hans, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Justin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Carol, how do you vote?
Sorry, I vote no. I object to covering up more of the side of the house. The second addition over the white chair room is going to cover another original window, or where there wasn't one, and a part of the original roof. I think it's too much covering of the house. Sorry.
Thank you, Carol. Catherine, how do you vote?
Yes for me.
That's a yes for me. So the motion passes 4-1. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Wagner.
No, thank you very much. So all I was going to say is, so Andrea, I think I'm going to wait because where we put the pool has everything to do. Right? So if we decide to have to swivel around or whatever it may be, so long story short is we'll submit for the May hearing. We've got some work to do quickly. Hopefully we have enough time to submit. So long story short is thank you. This was more than we thought we would get done tonight. So thank you very much for that. And we'll just stay on the pool. We'll keep moving. So appreciate the extra time tonight, guys. Sorry we went long.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, the next hearing is 225 South Street to add a second story above the kitchen and mudroom, construct a new porch, and relocate a bulkhead. So Al, welcome back.
Hey, nice to see you again.
Jacobs are here. Please see. Okay, go ahead. Why don't you walk us through what you got?
Daniel, did you want me to go or did you want me to go?
Sorry, we can't hear you.
Muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear Al. Mr. Jacobs doesn't look muted, but we can't hear.
Al, can you share your screen? Is that possible?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Let me see what I can do. But you can begin, and I'll try and get it up there.
All right, so
They have the plans in front of them.
yep. So we're so is that yeah.
Can you hear us?
Hey.
Yay!
Technology. So yeah, let me see if I can pull it down from the website, so I have it. So thank you guys. Thank you for the commission for allowing us to present today, and thanks Al for staying on again. Let me see if I can share the application, and then I'll turn it over to Al so he can walk us through. Can you guys see the screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. So, Al.
Great.
Yeah. So we're essentially sort of reworking the side of the house, and there's a sort of an existing side entrance that's covered with the small porch that's the primary entrance to the home right now, and we're trying to sort of clean up that facade and create a traditional covered porch side entrance where there's a bulkhead that's sort of jarring, to say the least. Right now, it sort of captures the eye when you drive by the home. So this, in effect, removes the bulkhead and relocates to the back of the house and creates a side porch entry, and then it extends that roof line up to create a bedroom on the second floor. And the massing of this addition is very much in keeping with the other side of this house, which is a two-family. So it sort of bookends the property nicely, sort of makes it whole again. But the door, in this application is sort of tried and true. So either way.
It looks like they're square on the bottom and then round about there.
I meant round.
Okay.
There's a better view. Yeah.
I guess my opinion would be that they match what's there if you think it's original to the home.
The neighboring, the other side of the two-family, I guess, yeah. They probably are original. They could look into it more and again, more in detail. So,
How long ago was the house moved?
2008.
2008.
thank you.
I moved that.
Oh, nice. Really?
I'm very sorry about that bulkhead.
That's funny.
Oh, wow, yeah. Interesting.
Well, was that porch on unit 2 part of the move, or is that since?
Yeah, on unit 2, the porch was supported. On unit 1, it was not. And that was all rebuilt. And we keep all the porch. It's more of a landing instead of stairs.
Do you think that porch was original?
Boy, from the framing, it sure looked it. It was cobbled together. And we beefed it up as much as we could to meet the code. But yes, that looked original.
Carol?
I'd like to talk about the addition over the porch. We just came from another one where I caught that, but I appreciate this it will leave the whole side of the house exposed. It's not covering up any of the original, except when you get right up to the roof line. And I heard Heidi or somebody use in a meeting the term proud, to leave the roof line proud, which I assume means don't cover it up. Is there any way to work on that little intersection of the roof at the top? It doesn't look like you have a lot of space, but so that the roof line from the side of the house would not be cut off at the bottom.
Yeah, the ceiling height just doesn't allow it. It's a real conundrum there. So it's a tricky detail. But there's just no other way to just sort of have that addition proud of that great return to that point. And that's unfortunate, but I think in the grand scheme of things, this is really complementing the structure.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
My question for you, how are you looking at this? Are you looking at this as just a standalone situation with this unit, or are you looking at the house in its entirety? Because I just can't remember us, reviewing something where it's just in one half a house, you know what I mean?
So we have, yeah, it's two separate owners. So
I mean, the application is for this half. I think as we're looking at it, and I think we've seen some scenarios where in condo situations where some windows were replaced in one unit as opposed to others. What I didn't pick up on until you just said that was replacement of the siding. So, are you also replacing siding on the structure, or just modifying it in the areas towards the back where you're moving the window? Because I think that would come into play certainly in how it ties into the front of the house, and whether that siding replacement proposal is for the front of the house or just for that side of the house.
Does this mean that the side in the front, I think there's 4 or 5 courses of clap that would actually marry above the front entrance and below the window. It's not shown here. So that shouldn't be an issue. When it's resided to half and then repainted, and the siding along the front is in tough shape, but it's only at that one 4 or 5 course portion where that would be sort of seamed together nicely. So it sounds maybe bad because it sounds glaring at that juncture, but it just won't be. That won't be the case.
Has there been discussion with the other owners?
Yes, they're actually with us tonight. They're supportive. So, unless they say otherwise on the call tonight, sorry.
And so what about painting? So the whole house would have to be painted, right? You're not going to just paint half of the front of the house.
Yeah, it was painted 100 years ago, the entire house, and it's already falling in complete disrepair. And most on our side, because it seems that our side seems to have the least touched clapboard, and also the sunniest side. That it looks quite bad. Where I think when we do replace and paint, as Al mentioned, that it would look quite seamless. I would say from that respect, if there's a need to, I guess, paint the full front of the house, we can talk about that. But I don't imagine it looking different. We would be matching everything existing.
So then, from a constructability standpoint, in replacing that, I mean, I know in certain instances, if certain clapboards are rotting and there's sort of minimal replacement of things, how would it be such that half the house is replaced in the front and the other half isn't? And can you really truly marry those together so it looks like the same?
Well, I can tell you when the house was moved, we had to redo a lot of the sills, so much of the clapboard towards the bottom of the house, the plates and the house sill, we did have to remove in order to get to the sills. So I think you'll find if you were standing on the street, you will see a difference. I think anything that Jacobs do at this point is going to be an improvement, because quite a bit of the siding that was there we did not replace. It was original and it was getting rather tired.
And from what I've seen on Google Street View, it's only like 2 courses of clapboard under that middle window. That really blew up. It's not even 3 or 4 or 5. Thank you for coming by memory.
And so, do you know, well, it's not part of the application, so I guess we can get what if there's any sense of the other side being done at some point, with the windows, with the siding. I know it's not your unit.
We haven't had those discussions. I know
a lot of those clapboards that you see down near, I don't recall if there's a water table, and I can't see on Google Street because of the bushes in the front. I do know that's a granite foundation along the front. A lot of those clapboards had to be replaced. So certainly the paint is going to be a lot cleaner on those new clapboards, but I don't see this being worse off. It will be an improvement. And I see this because it is its own address and therefore its own property. You could also view this as an addition. If somebody is not completely redoing their house, but you're going to have a rather clean addition off the back of an old house, it happens. It's part of the natural progression.
And, I think you can even tell from the images here, the condition of the windows and the fact that they're certainly newer windows. I guess they kind of ask the question of the commission, this is an existing structure, with typically replacement on new windows on an existing structure would be true divided light as opposed to simulated divided light. I guess I would ask, are the windows that are there now simulated divided light? No. They're not insulated glass.
No. And so you can see the trees. It looks like snap and screen. It's very happens that half of them are in, half aren't broken. It's how it's been since we moved in. Some refuse to open. So we can't close.
I think it's hard to not allow someone to up there decide if even though the other person's windows won't match necessarily. So I'm hoping in the future that if the neighbors choose to renovate that they would match at some point. But maybe in the time being they are not going to match perfectly
being right up next to it is where I think as Ben put earlier, is where you might notice the sort of subtle differences. But from a distance as you're driving, I think we are so close to the street. As I said, if you're coming from South Shore Country Club, you would notice in full view our side of the house only, and not the other side of the house. So passerbys wouldn't see that, and it would be the same sort of similar manner coming from the other direction. Just how close it does sit to the sidewalk.
Andrea, have you come across a situation, we've had a condo thing and something's happened this, like this historically? I can't remember it.
Well, interestingly enough, we are just going to be dealing with one like that shortly. But in general, no, I can't think of another situation. Then there are plenty of two families, and also I'm thinking of the property on the corner of Baxter and North Street, which is 4 units there. And although I had an inquiry from somebody, they did not follow through on wanting to change their windows. So this is somewhat unique in that regard. But very honest, did I see that did the application include changing the front windows as well?
It just says new windows, and unit 1 only. That's all it says. So it's
yeah, it didn't specify the front, so I never thought that the front was going to be changed. But doesn't say that it isn't either. So
yeah, personally, I look at the left side of the house. The addition that Al has drawn up here, and I can see that being as a standalone. But personally, I would like to preserve that front facade as much as possible, even though this is a double. This is 2 houses. Historically, this was probably a single-family home, correct? Before it was moved.
no.
225, 223 is 1940 something. Is when this became a 2-unit resident, 2 units.
Was this ever a single-family home?
1808.
Yeah, a long time ago.
In theory, you could paint the house one color and it'll be a line right down the middle.
Yeah, I mean that's going the extreme, I would say.
Yeah, and it would be great if the windows matched up. That's all I'm saying. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, I guess in terms of the window, if we're talking about the windows and the left side versus the front, I think the question still remains simulated divided light versus true divided light, and what we've approved in the past on existing homes. And I'm looking on the Marvin website for those G2 windows, and it looks like they're a clad window, so metal or plastic on the outside and wood on the inside. And we have not approved clad windows in the past. It's been wood windows.
Okay. No, I took this from the Guilfoyle application. I think it was the most recent one. So they're across the street from us. That's why it wasn't up there when I went again, but I remember seeing just the name flash. So, we're open. We need to replace the windows. I'd hate to replace the front windows with a single pane of glass and stick on to match the other side versus requesting that our neighbors replace the windows. But we're looking for energy efficient and the recommendations. So if there's recommendations on the most energy efficient simulated divided light, we're looking for functionality also to not have to the structure.
Currently, it's a double pane with a snap-in. Is that what it is?
A single pane with a snap-in.
It's a single pane with a snap-in and then a storm window on the outside.
Sort of. They're there.
So it seems like there are lots of ways to make that better.
Yeah, that seems. And I feel like if there's missing muntins and that I think any kind of improvement in harmony on this one side and the front. I think I don't think that's our jurisdiction. We can't dictate someone else change their windows. It just feels like we have to take one application at a time and hope that down the line someone else is like, hey, I'm gonna do the same thing. So I think there is lack of harmony already with this home that we've accepted for the last 80 years. So maybe we go with a little non-harmony with the idea that someday there will be harmony again.
Well, and so I guess part of that too is, it could be that the windows on the side could be replaced, so the windows in the front. We can't make the other homeowner replace their windows, but part of this application could be not replacing the windows on the front until they can all be replaced as an option. The other part to consider, which we haven't addressed, is still the simulated divided light versus true divided light. And, simulated divided light with the insulated glass with no storm versus the true divided light with a storm. You can do new true divided light windows with a storm, which are energy efficient, which is typically what we require on an existing historic structure.
Which will also not have parity with the other side, which is just stick-ons from the inside. So,
but they would, because it's a non-insulated window with a storm window on the outside, right?
I would guess that would be the case, but I mean, it's I don't know. I don't think they look, but the storm window, to be honest, I don't think looks quite nice. I think it takes away from the visual of the house.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of being able to move a large site, I'm wondering if perhaps we need to go and take a look at the house.
Well, I think given the discussion here in the condition of the windows and the windows on one unit versus the next unit and the siding versus not siding, I think a site visit may be helpful to inform this discussion. Other commission members feel that's a useful trip?
Yes.
Could I just say one thing?
Sure.
With respect to timing, the Jacobs would like to move on this, and window lead times are 12 weeks, I think, right now. So just something to put out there. If the simulated directed lights were approved for the side and the new addition in the rear, and we could have a site visit for the front 4 windows, and then make a decision, would that be something that would be open for discussion, so they could move somewhat forward on at least 75% of the windows for the project?
Well, I think true divided light on an existing structure, whether they be in the front or on the side, is still the same.
Okay, all right, I wasn't sure. But okay, I didn't know if the side elevation had less weight than the front with respect to the divided light window.
The new addition can be simulated.
Hey, Al,
With simulated.
Al, just so I'm clear, is every window that you want to replace here, are they all clad?
That's another.
It was all of this model. This is the model we had just seen referenced, so that's the reason why we took that one. Just so we thought that was something that was more amenable to the commission. We're open to replacing with wood windows if that scale we're replacing 17 windows. We were trying to get economies of scale here with our ordering as well.
But I'm trying to understand if they're clad or not, the existing.
The existing windows are not. No, they're not. I would assume they're wood.
I would love to know what these windows are, to tell you the truth. I'm not understanding what they are.
The windows, they're a mix of windows. They're not. There's some. I think there's some. I want to say aluminum. They're other fiberglass, like a hobby product. And then there's some newer windows in the back, first floor edition that are wood with snapping grills. So there's a mix of all kinds of things going on there now, and they're all failing.
So, and I think, to be consistent, in applications where we're replacing windows in a historic structure like this, we do have a visit to see the condition and the status of those windows. So I think it makes sense to do that for this application as well. I don't know if the commission is supportive of the addition in terms of its design, to make a motion to move that portion forward. I know, Al, you're concerned about lead time for windows, but would it be helpful to, if the commission feels it's appropriate to move forward with, a certificate for the addition pending the window discussion? The windows could come later. I don't know if that helps you.
That certainly helps, yeah.
Yeah, any little bit helps. We appreciate that. The first part of the construction will be to remove the windows and put the windows in, so they can continue working on everything else. But approval of the addition itself and that I think does help Al with his interior firming up of the drawings and the interior. But the windows themselves, depending on which ones you are looking at, it's a 12 to, construction materials, as you can see with all of the hearings that you have tonight, and you've had in the past, there's a lot of construction going on.
All right. Would anybody on the commission want to make a motion for the addition on 225 South Street?
Mike. Okay, I'd like to make a motion for an addition on the left side of the house for 225 South Street. This is based on drawings submitted on March 4th, 2021. Sketch and photographs. And drawings labeled A101, A102, 201, 202, 203. A motion is just for a small bump out on the left, with trim to match existing, roof to match existing, circular columns. Yep, circular columns and railing as depicted in the drawings. Flooring to be what out on the deck?
We're going to go with I think it's like a natural material.
Okay, natural wood on the decking. Roof to match existing shingles.
Okay.
Is that visible from the public way? Is the train? Are we bulkhead to be repositioned to the rear of the house?
There was a window that was missing or covered. We weren't going to do anything with that. That was on drawing A203.
My suggestion was a blank as it is currently stands, there's nothing there at all. It's completely blank, so I'm fine.
So leave it as the drawing is.
Leave it as
Motion does not include the removal or replacement of any of the existing windows. Those to be submitted at a later date, at the next meeting. Site visit to determine what to do with the windows.
Did I understand the columns correctly? I thought they were going for square.
Yes.
Oh, I thought I heard the opposite.
They're round now. The thought was to be simplified by making them square.
Yeah.
Well, like an 8 inch to match the other.
Yeah, that's fine.
Clapboards to match existing, trim to match existing, columns to be square. Anything else I'm forgetting?
That covers it. What's the roof match?
That's asphalt.
I'm sorry, for the porch is asphalt?
Well, matching existing, yeah.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Catherine, how do you vote?
That's for me.
Hans, how do you vote?
Yes.
Justin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Carol, how do you vote?
Aye.
That's an aye for me as well. Motion passes. And we'll work with Andrea to set up a site visit time to go check out those windows.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Okay, next hearing is 347 Main Street. To install a van door and overhang on the garage and install light fixtures to match existing. Apologize, we are running so late tonight. Looks like John D'Angelo, are you on?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, John.
Hi, Andrea. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. So,
I'm sorry. Julia, would you, did you receive the first that I sent?
Yes, I did.
Can you share your screen then?
Yes, I can.
Perfect, thank you. She's so good.
Just give me 1 second to pull it up.
Sure.
Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Andrea, the files you sent me, my computer is saying they cannot be opened for some reason.
Okay, that's not, you know, it happened when I tried to send them to to be put on the website too. So sorry about that. It's not your fault. So John, they've got it in front of them. They've got everything in front of them. So can you just take them through the application?
Yeah, so hey, everybody, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you guys walking through this with us. So I met with the client this afternoon, and there's one slight change. I think it's definitely for the better. Is we're not requesting the roof line with the brackets above this existing opening. So the change would be to leave the facade as it is. The left-hand faux garage door is is recessed in to the structure. So from the street, it does not appear, they appear to be two equal sizes and one unequal sized door in the middle. The door or the opening on the left-hand side is recessed into the building. So it's not flush like a garage door, but a foot back. And we'd like to put the fixed light 6-foot wood door there. That is not a garage door now, currently. I've worked on this house for the last 38 years on and off for different owners. And it has never, ever been a garage door. So behind that is, and there's no tracks for a garage door. There's actually a room behind that. There's a whole type of building that's separated from the garage. So the center door goes up and down, the one on the right goes up and down, the one on the left has never gone up and down. It's actually got a tiled floor behind that facade, but there's no exterior entrance to there. And the client would like to use that space as a mudroom, as a go-between from the garage and then exiting from, because there's actually no man door into that garage on the side or anywhere from the driveway access. So in order to access the garage, you have to go into the house, walk the length of the house, go through that tiled space, and then out to the garage to open the door to get out. So we're trying to simplify and clean it up. I think it was a great idea to remove the roof line with the brackets, take less emphasis off the structure. And then we'd just like to actually install the door in that section. That section is actually like a barn board now that is set back. So the only questions that we have from the design and to ask the board would be, would we paint the barn board white and the door black so that the door matches all the other doors, or would you leave the dark color and paint the door white? And that to me seems not quite as preferable as having the doors match and having that recess actually show as a recess. There was discussion with the client about changing the size and the shape of the recess and changing the dimensions so it looked less like the other doors. A few problems with that is that the building clapboard is probably close to 75 years old and is not in great repair. We don't believe it will take paint easily, if at all. And anything that we do that disturbs that will have to have new clapboard. And the new clapboard would be, obviously that cedar orangey red blonde color. And I think that would make it stick out even more. So our attempt is to not disturb the rest of the structure to make this happen, but still make that space usable, make that entrance usable, and kind of get rid of the whole flat facade, give it a little animation, and also get rid of that, the falsity of that's even a garage door, because when you walk Main Street and you look at the driveway from street elevation, there's not even gravel in front of it, so to speak. I mean, wouldn't be able to pull a car in and out of that without hitting the rest of the house. The house protrudes almost in front of it, so I think it's high time that really does not ever be a garage door again. I don't know what the board members think of that process.
Is it the desire of the homeowners for this to be the primary door? So guests or any visitors would come to this door?
Yes. So this house is got a long history. It actually has 5 exterior doors, and it's been support for many years, going way back. The current owner is going to be a fantastic steward for this house. She is one of the few people that likes the small den type rooms and multiple rooms and the creaky floors. She is, again, very rare that people don't want to just gut the inside of this house and make it one big open space. So we don't want to take any doors out, but with 5 doors already, we were hesitant in adding another door. The only door that actually does get used and open and closes correctly is in the middle of the house, which separates the front and back parlor and the kitchen. So there's really no access to that area. There is a door to a sunroom out There's somewhat treacherous, and the grade elevations in the back of the house don't reflect what's happening in the front. So the house appears to be sitting on a flat, level knoll, small rise to the front door. But out back, it's kind of a lower elevation that really can't be seen from Main Street. So there is this interim room that was added probably in the 50s or 60s, judging by this construction, which is somewhat of a connection to the garage, but it is low key with a flatter roof. So you don't really notice that it is a connector. But that space is kind of a no man's land. There's no real avenue for that to be. It would be a door into a room that would, I guess, be classified as a screen porch. I've never seen anybody or any of the previous owners kind of use it any more than just an overly large pass-through with, I think it's got five or six sliding glass doors to, they're elevated off the ground. I don't even know if they're the old metal delaminating, fogging up sliders that are going to need to be dealt with. I think every previous owner has just kind of ignored them. So I think it's not really visible for any public way, but at some point that connector is going to have to be dealt with. And I think at that time, that connector door that does lead down to the gravel, there's a chance it may go away. It's hidden way in the back. It's not in good shape. It doesn't have a decent set of stairs. And we're trying not to create another doorway and possibly even remove that doorway in the future if the house is going to get resided or if we're going to discuss a paint option. I know the trim was just painted and scraped and updated. I think some of it's in good shape. The windows are not in great shape, but that's not on the schedule right now. A lot of them are original, so there's been attempts to, valid attempts to try and save them for as long as possible.
So currently, the main door for the family, they come in from school or the grocery store, is that the center door just before the house bumps out.
Correct.
So, yeah, that would be great to address the mini doors.
Yeah.
This application is just about this one door addition.
Yeah. But none of the other doors in the house get used. The front one is basically got a shutter door over an antique type of batten door. That leads into a main parlor. The inside of this house is a true antique. It still has all the fireplaces. It still has all the kettles in the fireplaces. It has all the cranes in the fireplaces. The inside has been updated a little bit, but mostly just paint and paper. It remains inside as it had 35 years ago when I was in it the first time.
So if someone were to come to the door to deliver something, which door would they go? So I guess I'm trying to get at, if this is just a door to access the mud area, then I wonder if that door should be more barn/carriage/garage-y and just be a board door with maybe a simple window in the top versus a more substantial door, because I think the way this door is shown here, I think it's going to draw people to it, and then there's nobody going to be there to answer the door.
Right.
So I wanted to simplify it and keep it even more rustic, more simple, and have it almost blend in with the surrounding garage-like panel. Is that a possible route that
It can definitely be discussed. What we were trying to, why we picked the 6-panel with the 2 verticals is because we felt it was more of a carriage house door, definitely less formal. We don't want to compete with any of the other doors. It certainly will never be a 9-light. That's just way too modern for that area. We don't want a 2-light because that's way too fancy for that area. That'd be more like a front door entrance. We discussed a 4-light taller door with one rectangle panel down the bottom that takes away a lot of privacy on Main Street. It also is the rung that's more of a craftsman style door. So in choosing a door for here that has any kind of glass so the family can see who is pulling in the driveway or how much they need to go out and shovel, I think it would be beneficial to have some type of glass in it. So we chose the least offensive, the highest, and the closest one I felt was to a carriage house door. And that's how we kind of came up with that decision. It's got 2 long vertical panels. It does not match the main door on the front of the house, and it doesn't match the side door. And it was important to me to keep it subservient so that people knew that it was not the main door. will be the door that family goes to, kids go to when they come over to play, guests come over to visit. That will be the door they go to. That'll be where they shed their shoes and jackets and hang them up.
Could you do, John, could you do like, I think I see where Catherine's going with this, is it, could it be, you know, a wood store, mat, and door like you've got on the front of the house, but it's there because one of my concerns is it's like, it still looks like it's a garage door, even though it's not, we know it's not. So a door within a garage door, right, if it was like a back and storm door that went over it, even with a piece of, even if it was glazed, there was some glazing in it, so you could still have the door behind it, but there's just a storm door that kind of, you know, masks it, or there's a piece of glass in that door where you still get your light coming through.
Yeah, I guess I kind of understand where that's going.
Or maybe it doesn't have to be two doors, maybe just one door, and the whole door is the board door with glass for the lights in the top, just to keep it. I guess I didn't understand at first that this is where guests would come to ring the doorbell. No.
Yes, this would be where anybody would enter the house. The other parts, the other door gets in the center, leads directly into the living space. There's no separation. When you open that door, you're standing in the living room. The way this house is broken up, it's really similar to where you keep it with an antique front parlor, back parlor, kitchen, and there's no separation when you open that door. There's not really any reading area or anything like that there. That center door was added much later. It's a newer door. That's probably a 1970s edition door, maybe 1960s edition door, or has at least been since replaced.
John?
Yeah.
Hi. So what you're asking is not, can you put a door in? What you're asking is, should it remain looking the way it does now, 3 garage doors, barn doors, and sort of disguise a door in the first left side garage door, like it's a door, but it's part of that structure that's there, or take it out completely so there's only 2 barn doors and one would be just siding with a normal man door sitting in it. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, well, yes, except for we're afraid to touch the siding. So if I took down that big trip around on the big garage door, I'd have to introduce new plywood into that area.
Yeah.
And it will never match. So I'm afraid that it would look quilty-like from Main Street. There'd be no way to stain it to match. The siding that's on there now is brittle, and basically at the point if you touch it, it will crumble.
So what you'd like to do is the first option.
Yeah, I'd like it. That little area on the left-hand door is recessed in. And that's going to create a shadow on this door, and it's going to push it back into the structure. It might only be a foot, but it's going to certainly help, and it's going to make it recede back in, and that's what I would prefer. I really don't want to bring it out to the front facade at all. I want to keep it recessed, and if at all, I could push it back another inch or two so that it is recessed, it gets shadowed. It's still a door, it's still an entrance, but it's not prominent. I just don't want this to be a prominent door. It can't be, in my opinion, it can't be formal in any way. So the less formal it is, the better. But I think having the ability to look out to the driveway, I think that's paramount. I think that's important. I also thought about the bathroom door in the middle with 2 windows, small double-hung windows on either side, and that to me just was going in the wrong direction. Now that's looking like that's a whole room on itself, which it is on the inside, but we don't need to photograph that to the outside.
Right, so it dramatically increases sort of the architectural complexity of that.
Correct. So I'm trying to simplify that. Very flat facade. It has no animation whatsoever. There's no festoons over the doors like you would normally see on any house built nowadays with opulent foul molding and dental thrown all over it and multiple roof lines. We're not looking to do that. The house is straight box disappears, the better.
Could you sketch that for us?
I can absolutely do that. I mean, there was inclusive of a sketch with the 6-light door.
Yeah.
That showed the roof line, which we've since taken off the roof line. So the other door that's
Portico's gone.
the portico roof is gone. The brackets are gone. Anything about that is gone. It's just that opening is recessed in now. Again, without seeing, you have to be within 10 to 12 feet away from it to see that it's recessed in. But it does jaw in. It's not flush. That black facade is not flush with the front of the garage.
So John, on either side of the door, then it would be horizontal boards to sort of, what would be on either side of the door to fill the gaps?
Horizontal boards that are there now. So it's like a horizontal barn board that's there now.
Yeah.
And I'm actually just adding a door right into those boards and leaving those boards the way they are. What I'm struggling with is if I do that, I'm going to have to paint the door white.
Or
And
black.
that's going to look wrong. So if I paint the boards white, then I can paint the door black that matches the rest of the doors in the house. So you're only going to see about 1.5 foot of that board on either side of this door. So it's a 7-foot opening. It's a 3-foot door. There'll be less than 2 feet of that horizontal barn board on either side.
I think it should be all black to match the other two aperture.
So the door is black and the boards are black. Leave everything black.
Leave everything black.
Then I would go back to having some kind of glass in the door.
Yeah, I think now that I understand that this is the door that people are going to come to, and there's going to be efforts in the future to diminish the sliding glass door, room door, and the other door, make those fade away, that this is going to be the main door, then I think this door makes sense.
Any other commission members' comments? Hans?
Hey, John, great to hear your voice.
On something there.
I'm doing great.
Good man.
You speak like you're on the commission or something.
It's like you've been here before.
I mean, you're using all the buzzwords.
You know what? I'm thrilled that the people that are there now are the people that were there then, and I don't think you could ever have a better group of people. I really don't. I've been on tonight since the very first meeting, and I think you guys are doing spectacular.
Hey, John, Andrew, you remember the barn that they did a door right in the front over by where you used to live, next to the rooster, the general store there, your little barn.
All right.
You're talking about the
Barrel?
the Cracker Barrel, yeah.
Cracker Barrel, right. So right next to it, there's that barn, and you cut right in with that door.
Yep.
So something similar to that.
It sounds like it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you were on the commission then, but it was like
No.
that. Yeah, cut a door right into that barn door and kept the barn door.
Yeah, I think that's the goal. I think we want to minimize it, but I'm not opposed to it being there because that whole garage bay has been alive for as long as I know.
Yeah.
And it doesn't add anything. I don't think it's going to take it off of the filter. It's odd the way the shape is now. It's a very long, thin building, and I think if we could make the doors disappear and the doors black, then I think that's fine. And I think
The way they did it was recessed in a little bit, and then it was kind of a little bit of a pocket in there, but it works. So
yeah, there is a pocket there now, and I'm going to try and ask the client to take another 2 or 3 inches of the room and pull that door back even further. So you guys should almost stand inside and get out of the rain to open the door.
yes,
That would be my preference, and then have it recede into the structure even more.
Yeah.
I think if the client ever, I know in the most recent discussions, there's no request or any thought process of painting the house. So I really think that we just need to work in the here and now, and I think if they change the clapboarding or whatever, and they let it go natural, if they request a historic paint color option, I think that's the time to deal with the rest of that facade. And I don't know if those doors would be black. I've never been a fan of garage doors facing the street, and I'm not a fan of them being black. They look like big black holes. It looks like a jack-o'-lantern when you drive down the street. So I don't know if that's an option for the future, but I think solid for now. I think what the board is talking about is, it makes sense to me. It's exactly what I would like to do. I mean, just be there but not be there.
Okay. Somebody like to make a motion?
Do we need to talk about the lighting fixture? It seems pretty straightforward. That's part of the application as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, on the next page, it shows a square exterior black light fixture. We're going to try and match that. That would be our preference to put on one side of the door.
Mm-hmm.
I told him we need a light fixture there. That's the only reason we're really adding it. So we're going to match that existing one as closely as possible.
So is it true that we don't really have a drawing at the moment that reflects the intent?
It would be the drawing that shows that 6-light door, but minus the roof. And I can give Andrew a drawing of something that would show that door.
Oops, my zoom is in. So it's what we have in our package minus the little overhang roof.
Correct.
Any kind of stoop, John, or footing?
No, it's half grade. So there'll be no grand step or anything needed.
Just one more question, John. So you're leaving that white trim surround, correct? And
That's my intent.
okay, good. And then you're gonna cut the hole in there and then paint the door black and it'll have lights in it so people can see through.
Correct.
Got it.
Okay.
I can make this world.
All right. Report, Catherine.
I'd like to make a motion for certificate of appropriateness for 347 Main Street, to install a door in the left-hand bay of the garage building, with no overhang, with lighting to match the existing lighting. The door trim, the trim around this door will be white, and then the door and the surrounding horizontal boarding to match the existing garage will be black. And light fixture to match existing. And how did I do? Okay. And the door will be wood as shown in the exhibit submitted on 2/22/21. My dog is whining in the background.
Okay.
Dog is out, second.
Yeah. Would somebody like to second?
Second.
Okay. Catherine, how do you vote?
Yes for me.
Hans, how do you vote?
Yes.
Justin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Carol, how do you vote? That's a point for me as well. So it passes. Good to see you again, John.
Good to see you, everybody. Thank you again, and I hope the rest of the evening goes quickly for you.
Thank you, John. Thanks, John.
All right, John. Take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. The next hearing, 9 Common Street. Again, my apologies for running so late this evening, but and thanks for having us out to the site last weekend. That was incredibly helpful to be able to see the existing conditions. John or Jane, if you want to walk us through what you got.
Sure. Good evening, John Teriyaki Architectural Design. I'm here with Jane Driscoll, the homeowner. And I think it was very helpful to do a walkthrough with you, to do a brief overview of the project. But what I will do is share my screen and go through the application again, and maybe we can keep discussing after that.
That's good.
So just the Form B, including your packet, this is an 1898 American 4-square simplified house with hip roof, and it has 2 shed dormers, one small one facing the front and one on the east side, on the left side. It has a covered entry porch, and on the west side it has a side wing coming out, projecting bay, as you've seen on the walkthrough. The windows are mostly original on the front and the sides, and they are 2/1 light pattern windows. Just to go through the house again, and for those members who were not at the walkthrough, basically our main intent is to leave the front of this house intact, and the sides as well, with the exception of 2 windows over here, and then it's an enlargement mainly for stair access to the attic to this particular shed dormer. And this rear wing, which is we're fairly sure is not original, would be replaced with a 2-story addition off the back. This rear wing right now has vinyl Anderson type casement windows. It's on a kind of a shaky foundation, and it's pretty clear that it's not part of the original house. We're not sure when it was added, but it's most likely within the past 30 years or so. Just a site plan overview of Common Street, and here's a site plan, the survey. There is a detached garage on the property that will remain as is. Site plan shows you the existing rear wing. And what I'll do here actually that I thought would be helpful is to try to split my screen so that we can see existing and proposed side by side. So can you see both plans at the same time?
Yes, that's
That's terrific.
Oh, great. Yeah, I just discovered this tonight. So exciting.
No, this is a new world.
Yeah. So the top of the screen is the existing footprint, bottom is the proposed rear addition. So the existing rear wing comes off from this point about 12 feet, and then it's about 18.5 feet wide. And the proposed footprint is 14.5 feet by 26.7 feet. It basically squares off the size of the house. So it only goes back another 2.5 feet. The existing bulkhead would be relocated to this location. We would have liked to locate it as part of the existing, the proposed addition. However, we are getting very close to the septic system here. So as it is, it's not a great location for the bulkhead. So we're proposing the bulkhead to be located and for access to the existing basement in this particular location. The proposed first floor, the idea is to create a semi-open living area with a new kitchen, an open dining area, and a small sitting room. We are basically taking advantage of the existing sitting or living room, keeping that fireplace, and opening it up on both sides to this open living area. There's a front sitting room that we're leaving intact. The stairway is being left intact. These 2 windows here that are marked R, that's where we're proposing to place 3 double-hung windows for the kitchen, and we would like to relocate these 2 to the other side of the new addition along this dining room here, along with the shutters. And off of the back of the addition, we propose to have a sliding glass door that leads to a landing that steps down to grade, and a more utilitarian entry door that leads to a transitional mudroom area for more day-to-day use. Here you see the proposed second floor plan at the bottom of the screen and the existing one at the top of the screen. Essentially, the addition on the second floor contains a master bedroom with a master bath and a walk-in closet. We propose proposing some slight modifications to the existing second floor layout, mainly trying to eliminate some of these pinch points with very narrow hallways, trying to move the bathroom to the perimeter to get some daylight in it, and trying to incorporate a laundry room. Attic basically remains intact. The roof of the proposed addition is also hip roof. However, as you'll see in the elevations, we are pushing that ridge down in order to keep the primary hip roof the highest in this composition. And here you can see the existing proposed shed dormers. We're proposing a 3-foot wide expansion of this dormer just so that you can get up to this attic without hitting your head and be able to take in and out furniture a little more comfortably. The front dormers remain as is. No change to the front elevation. The east side or the left side elevation, you can compare the dormer sizes. The existing one is slightly off center, and the new one will be on center. And then again, at the 3 feet wider, and about a foot taller for the eave height, and about 18 inches where it meets the main roof. That point raises by about 18 inches. And the second, the 2-story addition with its hip roof represented here, with new shutters, solid wood shutters, and Marvin wood ultimate windows in the new construction. A solid wood construction with wood exterior are proposed. Here's a group of the 3 kitchen with double hung windows that we talked about earlier. And the goal here is to continue all the fascia and eave lines and this intermediate trim line and the water table matching as exactly as possible to the existing house. Comparing the existing and proposed rear view, so this is the view that's not visible from the street. New double hung windows on the second floor. It's the single entry door with a small projecting cover, about 3-foot cover with brackets. And then the landing that we discussed. The right side or the west side elevation, comparing the existing to the new. Once again, this rear wing is being replaced with the existing proposed 2-story construction. This hip line, the top of this roof of the proposed addition is matching the ridge of the projecting side bay here, which is about 2.5 feet lower than the front hip roof ridge. So proposed relocated windows used here, and then another new solid wood window with solid wood shutters that will be the master bathroom. So that, in summary, is the comparative drawings. I'm happy to go through them again and answer any questions.
Thanks, John. I think this is it's a very beautiful house. It's as a 4-square, it's very distinct character and very unique. And I think my initial reaction to this is that what is being proposed is not necessarily a 4-square with an addition, really no longer a 4-square anymore, based on how the addition is proposed. And I know the way it exists now, it's a 4-square with that bump out, which is still a 4-square with a bump out. And I think if there are ways to consider, and I know the roof line is dropped for the rear addition, but have you thought of ways to sort of break the plane, whether it's making the addition proud or pushed back from the face so that the 4-square is maintained and it becomes a 4-square with an addition?
Right, and I believe we are accomplishing that on the west side, mainly through the use of this existing projecting bay, and there's a clear breaking point here, at least with the trim. And then this projecting bay does conceal the rear, or would would conceal some of what's happening back here. On the east side, our main challenge is our new kitchen space. So having a physical break on this wall would essentially break up where we're trying to place the new kitchen and create a jog. So it's an interior issue in terms of creating a physical break on that wall. And I'm wondering if we can incorporate more trim-based details or other details that may help us accomplish the same goal, which may require possibly rethinking this triple window. But is that something that you think would help that issue?
I'm not sure that it would. I think it needs that break in plane, a shadow line, something that really starts to do that. And I do see the challenge that you have on the interior. But, I think we've got to look at, its appropriateness on the exterior and how that then sort of not rules how the interior works, but it really starts to define how the interior works based on the exterior. So, those would be my initial thoughts. I don't know, any other thoughts from commission members.
I have a couple of thoughts about that. Would it be possible to make the triple a double and have the trim, the corner board come down through the middle of them? That allows you to keep your kitchen sink kind of intact, but the trim would come down right in between the windows. There'd be a little bit of a separation. It's a little quirky. That might solve Mike's concerns, which I agree with. That's what I was struck by. You really lost that 4 square. The main volume of the home, which is kind of our objective, is to preserve the main volume as distinct from the addition.
Right. I think that trim would be helpful. We are already breaking the roof here. There's a very clear roof volume distinction between the addition and the original 4 square, and I think if we can incorporate a substantial enough vertical trim here, which may separate these windows or maybe turn them into a double window, as you suggested. I think that would be a good way to accomplish that. And at the same time, allow for the interior modern use to continue. And that's definitely something we can take a look at.
Does the commission think it's better with the two windows and the trim dividing them equally, or the triple with 2 on one side and 1 on the other?
Well, I would think we'd let the architect propose what kind of trim to try to incorporate. But yeah, having that visual break seems very valuable.
I think the trim still works when it's a triple for me. I think light in windows is super valuable, so I think having, yeah.
I'm just throwing a little primitive representation of this.
And already you can feel the square coming back a bit.
I think the question is it weird with the triple or is it better with the double window?
I'd like to hear sort of general thoughts about this, sort of big picture with the plane, versus the trim, because in my opinion, the break is necessary in order to really make this feel like it's an addition to the 4 square, and whether it's 2 or 3 windows, it's the fact that there's not a break in the plane, and I think that's critical for maintaining adhere to the 4 square, but I'd like to hear thoughts from other commission members. Carol?
I think if you look at what's going on in the kitchen there, especially, he's got the double sinks lined up under the middle window, so it would involve reworking the kitchen counters a little bit, and where the sink is, you do want the sink by a window if you can possibly do that. So yeah, I'm with Justin. Let's see what the architect comes up with. But I do think that makes a huge difference to have that line.
Yeah, the line at least, and it does seem like a little bit of a jog inwards is tractable somehow. Moving the sink over a little more towards the rear of the house. But, I think we could leave it for the architect to propose a design.
Other thoughts?
I kind of find that the two chimneys seem to be almost a distraction from the rest of the house. But are they original to the house?
The one that's being preserved is certainly original. The one in the back, I'm not 100% sure.
And that's going, isn't it?
Yes, that's the one that's going.
Okay, yeah. Good.
This one right here, but the other one is being preserved, and that's the more prominent.
Yeah. All right.
Hans, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think, John, if we were taking a first look at this addition on the first floor, I know it's already there, the commission probably would have, requested a trim line down there, as Mike suggesting, on the first floor and some type of jog, maybe. But, we're working with what's there right now. I think some really good points have been brought up here. What about working with this on the second floor? Having, you put the second block, the second piece, that's slight jog there, so you can keep the 4 square on the second floor, and then you're kind of putting another block on there, but you can tell it's subservient, and it's you got a trim line there, and it's just kind of recessed a bit. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. So, yeah, I think that's a.
With and then you have a little bit of a roof line on between the first and second floor, maybe, as a for instance. I don't know.
Yeah, you would end up with a little bit of a ledge here, almost like a little one-story.
Yeah.
Mini roof, and then this plane right here.
Push that back in.
Could be that break that Mike was looking for, and then this trim could still continue down.
Yeah, or maybe you don't need it on the first floor now. I don't know.
That's a really interesting thought, but I think, yeah, we should let John think about it. But
I don't know.
Yeah, Charles, you're right. Interestingly, I think if you can align our freeze trim with this existing trim here and set this back, I think that what's happening up here, both at the roof level and the second story level, I think could address that concern. It's kind of what we're waiting for both your concerns and the homeowner in a way.
And it sort of reduces the vast flat expanse that's there.
Yeah.
I mean, if we were starting this from scratch, John, we would have a break there, and there would be a jog, first and second floor, but we don't.
And I can't really see in a kitchen having a jog. I don't ever recall being in any kitchen that has a jog. I think that would work for the kitchen area. And seeing like the first floor now is flat, I think working with the second floor would be very easy to do, John, right?
Yeah, it's existing. It's existing, so we have to work with what we have.
Yeah. But the second floor could probably easily be adjusted.
I agree. And then we just have to look at this just need a roof and make sure that it looks good, having what kind of a roof slope it has. But I think it could work.
What do you think, Mike? I think I agree we're dealing with existing, but we're also dealing with that entire rear portion essentially being reconstructed. And the way it is now as a one-story addition, the four square is still pretty strong because you've only got that little short one-story addition. And now that you're adding another second story, even if it's pushed back, you know, you start muddying the waters with the four square a bit. And I still think the better solution is for the entire first floor and second floor to step back. I understand in the kitchen, absolutely. But, you know, I can't let the kitchen drive what is the most appropriate solution to the exterior. So, you know, I'd be interested to see that possible solution that you've just kind of sketched up there, whether that does the trick. I think maybe a 3D sketch that kind of shows those planes being different might be helpful to see.
Actually, I think I'm with Mike in feeling that a real step back is important to really achieve what we're talking about. And I don't think it really sacrifices very much in the kitchen. It would take only a very modest amount to create the visual impact that we're hoping for.
Sometimes to make such a setback meaningful, it really needs to be at least a foot, I would think. We can make a 6-inch.
Well, I would call that a modest setback, yeah.
Right. But a foot or 2 feet, you know, that has pretty significant negative impact on this kitchen. It's just the continue of the counter. I mean, I understand that the kitchen can't drive it, but if there's a solution that could work without jogging the first floor at least a foot or 2 feet, because that would essentially destroy this layout. You would have to just go back to the drawing board. And this is a very minor expansion on the first floor. I should mention that. It's about 129 square feet extra increased between existing and proposed.
Yeah, is there room to punch it out? Could you punch the wall out a foot?
We're getting really close to the garage, just from a pinch point perspective here, and then also to the septic. So we're really restricted, not from a zoning setback standpoint, but more of a septic system and existing garage. So we're just dealing with really small dimensions.
But maybe that 1 foot, a little more extension backwards.
Here,
I think John's breaking up there.
oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
we missed that last piece though.
I mean, I think if the commission would open to having us study kind of a compromise of this solution as well as the other one, we can take a look at both, or we can represent this with a 3D rendering to illustrate the impact of this solution. Observe that alignment on the tool.
Yeah, I think if you could take a look at both, you know, and maybe once that gets drawn and with, you know, a 3D image to see it, you know, maybe that could be the answer. But I think taking another look at what it means to set the entire thing back and, you know, what that might mean for the interior and whether you can make that work or not, I think would be good to take another look at there, because I think it's a really distinct style, simple but distinct style of house, and I think maintaining it as best we can, I think would certainly be the goal. So I know we've sort of been focused on this one side. Are there any other parts to this
Any other concerns regarding other parts to this application?
I thought the rest of it looked terrific.
I think the rest looks quite appropriate, and I'm actually comfortable with just the trim piece coming down between windows. I think alludes to its original coursework, but I appreciate wanting to see the other ideas.
I agree.
Okay. All right. So does that? I assume you understand what we're getting at here. And, it sounds like looking at a couple of options might be the good next step.
Okay.
All right, so then we continue to next month, or do we wait and refile and then get scheduled?
You'd be continued. I think it would be to next month, Andrea, right? We're into May.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for your time.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Okay. Next hearing is 328 Main Street. Demolish an existing shed, remove existing pool fence, and install a new fence to close off pool. Are the applicants on?
Yes, hi there.
Oh, hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us.
Hopefully we'll go pretty quick here, I think.
So I know we did, we were able to find the property over the weekend to see the existing condition. So that was helpful. Thank you for that. So why don't you just sort of walk us through what you got here? We've got the drawings here.
Great.
That you can easily flip through.
Cool. Okay. So we're just looking to get the shed down and put a fence in going from the garage over to the house attached that it closes in the pool. Does that make sense?
It does, although I'm just sort of looking at the outline of the fence based on the highlight on the drawing. It looks like it stops at the corner of the brick walkway. It doesn't go to the fence.
Okay, so
It doesn't go to the house.
maybe that was an error with the drawing. It's going to go from the garage and then cut over to the brick, and then it'll go in a little bit and then attach to the house.
Where will it hit the house?
At the end, the corner of the house.
The very back, or your glass porch room?
Yeah, the family room, yeah, where the windows are, that right there.
The very back corner of that.
The front of it. The front of it.
Okay, good.
And then the style of the fence, it looks like you have glass.
Yes. Yep.
And then above it in the drawings, there's it looks like an open vertical picket fence with gates.
I'm not sure what you're looking at. I have the fence. I'm not sure what you're looking at.
So there's two. I don't know if you can see.
Thank you. Oh, I appreciate that. Okay, so that, the white one, that was what was there before. That's what we took down.
Okay.
So that was there before, and we'd like to replace it with that lattice.
How tall is that one?
So 6 feet,
Okay.
the lattice is that
Right, and so that, the photograph there of the fence, of the lattice fence is actually much shorter, right? That looks like it's about 3 or 4 feet.
I know, it does look shorter to me. I agree with you. When I asked the fence company, they said no, 6 feet, but I agree, it looks shorter. So are you planning a double gate similar to what is existing to get the lawnmowers and such back there, or are you planning a single gate? And a double gate for the, like you said, for the lawnmowers, just where it is as it is. Yep. So I guess my initial concern is how the fence joins the house, because it looks to me on the plot plan that the corner of the brick walkway is a little bit closer to the garage than the corner of the house. So there's going to be some kind of either angled of the garage of the fencing or something. So right where the brick starts, so like kind of where the arrow is now, that will cut in straight, like we'll go straight back. Yep, just how you're doing with the arrow, and then it'll go straight over, like make an L. Just kind of how that arrow just went. Does that make sense? Was there? Yes, it does. Thank you. Was there any thought of just setting the fence back 3 feet so that you could have plantings in front of the fence on the driveway side? Was that considered? Setting it back 3 feet? I mean, I did, but I have 3 children who use our yard to play, and my husband and I are terrible at landscaping. So, I mean, the less grass, the more grass, but to be honest with you, if you see the driveway is not completely straight, so I'm probably going to need to do some type of shrubs in front of there, because it just to kind of make it look even. Right. So some kind of like border will fudge the difference between the uneven. Yes. Yeah, because if I try to fill it in, I was thinking of getting it paved, but it's just going to be patchy and not look good.
And team, I will say I am getting better at landscaping. I'm not good, but scale of 1 to 10, I'm like a 3 right now. But I'm getting there.
Okay, thank you. Sure. That clarifies.
Any other thoughts on the fence?
Just the color.
Oh, yeah. So obviously, I wrote in the notes, which I know isn't going to be popular. I'd like to do black on the lattice. I don't know if that's not, my understanding is it's not a historical fence color. But when I go down Middle Street and School Street, hang on 1 second, where did I put my notes? I lost my notes. I noticed today that 5 or 6 different houses on those streets have the black fences.
Are they wood or metal?
They're wood. 66 Middle Street, 62 School Street, 73 School Street, 45, 48, and 49 School Street all have black with wood. So I don't know if it's something that I can do. How, they got it. I don't know.
Whatever makes you happy.
I think you should stand across the street and look at your beautiful house, which is historic and lovely. Really a great looking historic home.
Yeah.
And then ask yourself, when people drive by, and that's how most people are going to see your house at, 35, 40 miles an hour, where their eyes are going to go. Are they going to look up at your beautiful big house, or are they going to say, what is that black, long... Can you just try to picture that and see if that makes sense.
Sure.
It sure, because it was very expensive. And you might want to pick up something between your house colors and your garage, barn, home, whatever that the other building is, to kind of connect. This will connect the two and give you a more unified big look, like an, like two things.
Yeah, I have thought about it a lot. My mother, who was up visiting yesterday, we drove around and looked at all the houses because she's definitely like, I think you should do white. I think you should do white. And I was trying to sell her on the black. And I was like, it just kind of, to me, it makes it disappear. When you look at it, it just kind of, it almost makes it go away. The fence.
Yeah.
And, well, when she went with me, she was like, I see where you're coming from, looking at the other white houses with black shutters and black garage doors, and see that it does kind of make it disappear when you do it black. But
you sort of have to pick a focal point. Like decorating a room. You want people to look at your big fireplace or out the windows, or you're going to have one glance over at your house, and don't you want them to see the house, the structure, the big.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To me, a black fence disappears, I think, more than the other colors. But that's just my opinion on it. I don't want to, belabor this. If the black isn't gonna, if you're not gonna approve the black, I understand, and I can go with, we can try for white.
White would certainly be approvable.
Gonna have to differ with the commission at this stage. I think that in this case, where you have a big, large white house, a big white garage, having an expanse of white fence does create a mass of white. So having something to break it up, black, matches the shutters, I think it's perfectly appropriate. And I think they had black paint back in the day. They had it for the shutters. So I think black is appropriate in this case.
Thank you.
And guys, one of the things that I want to say, this is Rory, I met all of you last week.
I can't see him. I can't see us. Sorry, I'm really not tech savvy.
Yeah,
I apologize.
We're not yard savvy. We're not yard savvy, and we're not tech savvy. I grew up in Hingham. Like my whole dream was for us to live on Main Street. We totally understand where you guys are coming from. Whatever is the best results, we're going to do, and we totally believe in what you guys are doing. We'd ideally love to go black if we could, if that can get approved. But whatever you guys think at the end of the day is what we do.
Any other thoughts on the color of the fence for the commission members?
I would agree with Catherine. I'm okay with black. The fence is kind of, half the fence is hidden behind a big hedge. It's the new section not exposed. I think it would just kind of make it disappear.
Anybody else? Comments?
Can I just ask the applicant, the existing fence that was taken down, I know the posts looks like they're natural color, but what was the issue with that fence in your mind?
It was old. It came down. It was rotting. It needed to be replaced.
Did you like the features of that fence?
What do you mean by the features? The way, like the style of it, the way that you could see, like the posts versus the lattice?
Did you like the design of it?
Yeah, it was good. I just thought that the lattice might provide a little more privacy, since I'm taking away that middle fence in between, like for the pool.
Okay. And any other designs that you thought about other than the lattice?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I thought about keeping it solid, like the other picture you can see above the lattice, but I just think pulling into the driveway and look, like you say, looking at the house from the outside, I just thought it would look like a wall. There'd just be a lot of fence.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
That's all for more privacy.
Are you citing any gates within this fence?
Yeah, I mean, well, I'll need to do some type of opening on the double opening door. Is that what you mean by gate?
Well, so there's a large gate. The old version was a large gate, it looked like.
Yeah.
But based on the notes and the drawings, it just says removing and replace fence in same location, but it doesn't mention anything about a gate. So are you proposing gates in the same place as what was there at one point, or?
Yes.
And so that's where on this plan?
So it's going in the same spot. I'm gonna replace it and put it right where it was. I'm just grabbing my phone charger and make one side. It'll go right back in the same spot. The double gate.
Okay. And how wide is that gate?
I haven't purchased anything yet, so I was waiting for it to get approved. Is there a certain width that you guys like?
Well, I guess it depends. Is it just a single gate for somebody to walk through, or you want a double gate to access because you're going to put a vehicle back there or some other reason to have a gate that's wider than 3 feet per person to walk through?
Yeah, it'll be a double gate so that we can get the lawnmower back there. Preferably, that's what we're hoping for.
So it looks like the old fence had a quite wide gate. Looks like a pair of gates, or a double door gate.
It was a double door, yes.
Yeah.
So that's probably 8 feet wide, I guess.
I think it's, yeah, between 6 to 8 feet would be my guess.
With the new addition of the fence along the driveway, going all the way to the walkway, I'm wondering if you could give the house a little bit more breathing room and stop it before the brick walkway and make the turn towards the sunroom sooner, so that you're just allowing your beautiful sunroom to show. It gives you a little bit more breathing room, and it's a little more gracious going from the driveway to the door. It allows an opportunity for progressive planting as you guys improve with your gardening. And I just feel like it allows the house to breathe a little bit more.
Sure. Can you show that again, how you did before? Someone seemed to share that picture.
I don't have control of that, but someone has a cursor there.
Julie does.
Oh, there.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
So where would you stop, Catherine?
Kind of where the LS is that an LS? L5? There, cut back, then to the front corner of that house. Yeah. It just allows a little bit more of a gracious entry to your house and not crowding it with this high fence right up to the brick. I think is going to be hard.
I didn't see it didn't share to me, but yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Then you might be able to just put aside the gate.
Yeah, then you could get a side gate, which might be nice for you.
Or not a gate, no gate at all. Just have that opening between the gate, end of the fence, and the house be how you would get in and out.
Oh, except you have the pool.
I have a pool, so I know that's what makes it tricky.
So I'm concerned we are way behind tonight here, and I feel like we're in a position where we're designing this here on the spot, which is not really our purview. It's reviewing and approving a proposed design. And so I think we've got to either make some suggestions here and make a motion and carry on, or suggest that new drawings are submitted with a revised design.
So if you tell me that it has to be this size or it has to, whatever your rules are, I'm going to abide by and go ahead and do that because we've got to get a fence up. I have small children and it's becoming a safety issue.
Well, and we need a drawing that accurately reflects where the line of the fence is. And I don't think we have that here.
I drew it in. I don't understand. I guess I'm okay. So it's going from the garage, going back and then to the house. So just if you just clarify what's confusing you. Yep, right there. That's exactly.
Well, it's not what's confusing. It's what's not on the documents, and we need to be able to approve a set of documents that we're not designing during a meeting. So I think if there's a way to mark this drawing up that shows that, we can easily do that because it's a line on the drawing. There's not a lot of detail there.
And there's a lot more to a fence than a line on a drawing like this.
Okay, I guess I was confused. I apologize. I just sat for 3 hours. I met with Andrea and you guys came out to the house. You had the plans. What's disappointing is that when you guys were at my house for over an hour, this was not addressed with my husband. So that's what's disappointing. Okay, so I will resubmit them and I guess we'll have to wait.
Well, I think if we can.
If you can just tell me what else, you said that there's more to it, just let me know what else so I can make sure that it'll be answered.
Right now, it's not returning to the house. We know that there's a gate, which we think is near the garage.
It's exactly where it was in that picture that I showed you.
Okay.
It's going in the same exact spot where the gate is highlighted on that picture. You see the 2 dots? That's exactly where the gate's going.
And is it a 6-foot wide opening with 2 3-foot essentially doors, gate doors, or is this 8 feet or?
I'm going to probably, no, it's not 5 feet. It's going to be between 6 to 8 feet, depending on what I finalize with them. Is there something that you guys prefer? Is there a rule?
There's not a rule. I think the smaller the better, particularly if it's, you're not bringing vehicles back there. It's a lawnmower, even if it's a riding lawnmower. 6 feet is probably wide enough.
Yep, and then we'll call it 6 feet. That's what I'll order.
And as it returns to the house, right now what's not shown is the part that sort of returns. So if you take a right from the end of the highlighted line and go straight across, it then takes another left as it goes to the house.
Yeah.
Which is not shown there, but that's what we're talking about. And I think if it jogs multiple times, I think it's a little too busy for that spot. I think if it returns to the house, if it comes a little further towards the brick and returns to the house once.
So you're saying it needs to be diagonal from the garage to the house, a diagonal fence?
No.
No? Okay.
No, I think what the chairman is saying is that along the lines of what Catherine was saying, you can't see my cursor, but yeah,
I can see it.
Julie, okay, Julia's got it. So let's go to the end of the highlighted portion. There, yes. So I think what Mike is saying, it looks like it does have to meet up with the house at some point so that you can enclose the yard. So, but how many jogs are there going to be to do that? Because you can't, it's not directly across.
Right.
So unless you want to go with what Catherine suggested earlier, I mean, I'd like to, it would be great. I know you need to order this fence. So if we can agree on something, that would be great.
What does the commission think about going diagonally from the front corner of the sunroom, the right corner of the house, following the angle of the brick pathway to meet the fence at the driveway. Yes.
I don't know if the measurements on this. Mine is so tiny that I need to go get a magnifying glass, but yeah, that would be helpful. So if you're going to make another one, I would print it big, but then I'd also put on measurements. We usually have, 12 feet to 5 feet to whatever.
That's what I was thinking. How Julia has the cursor moving. It allows a little breathing room for the house.
Yeah, and I mean, I thought about that. I think aesthetically, with there being such sharp corners on the house, it looks funny. I think that going straight looks so much better. And I think regardless, unless you go diagonal, you're gonna have two cuts regardless of where you put it.
If you pull the fence back 3 feet, then you can go straight across and turn directly to the corner of the house. Yeah. And if you just pull back from the driveway.
And remember, it's going to be 6 feet tall. It will cover up your pretty entrance in the back here. Get too close.
No, don't walk there. So you couldn't go straight from there.
Okay, we need a sketch with measurements.
Okay, where do you get those sketches with measurements?
From a fence design company.
I know, but I've had them do it, but the problem, I mean, I don't know what people do. I can't really, I don't know.
Can I just ask, the end of the highlighted only goes to the brick pathway. So how does that meet the requirement to enclose the entire yard?
No, it has to cut across.
Because if it only goes to the brick pathway, there's access, right? It doesn't enclose the entire yard, which is what you really need to do.
If what?
The way you've got it shown here, it only goes to the brick walkway.
Yeah.
So what is to keep somebody from, walking on the other side of through the brick walkway and into the pool area?
That's what we were saying. We need to attach it to the house. So that's what we were saying. Was it's not highlighted on there? I don't know what happened, but it didn't highlight on there. It's supposed to be highlighted over from where it says like post. The cursor could show her, go in, and then attach the house, like almost an L shape. But some people are saying maybe do it like more on a diagonal to give more breathing room there. Does that make sense?
I think, can I have that?
Go ahead.
Catherine's proposal was to go up to where that LS is.
Yeah.
Turn right and then connect up with the back of the house. With the house there. That's what her proposal was. And it seems like that would work and doesn't put things on an angle for you either.
Okay.
You'll still get your squared off fence, but not.
Yeah. Yes, I will. It's gonna look a little funny because if you see where the gate was, the driveway isn't straight. So you have the driveway, you can tell from this drawing, the driveway goes in a bit further where the old fence was.
Right.
And then I mean, it's fine. It's just, I think that the other way will look bad. I just think it's gonna look kind of funny because you're halfway, it's gonna start to get patchy, if that makes sense.
So at the end of this yellow where it hits the brick walkway, you're saying you're going to just go on an angle?
No. Go straight back and then forward. Just how the cursor's showing right now. Do you see that cursor?
I got it.
And I'm just trying to pull up because I've had 3 different fence companies come out and no one's given me exact measurements.
So will the post, is there a light post there? It looks like the light post then will be maybe.
There's no light post.
Okay, it says post there.
Yeah, I don't know why it says that. Okay. There's no post there. I don't know why it says that. I mean, we had this done, these plans done 5 years ago when we did our big renovation. I don't know.
So in regard to this, I know there's probably 3 versions of what could happen here. You know, if somebody is comfortable making the motion based on one of those scenarios and having the applicant resubmit a drawing that confirms that without a hearing, that's the way to go in regard to the fence. In regard to the shed, I don't know if anybody has objections about removing that. You know, after looking at it, it's not, there doesn't seem to be anything historic about it. You know, so whether there's any issues, I don't know if the commission members are concerned about removing that shed, but I didn't see anything out there that was significant regarding that shed.
I have no problems with the shed being removed. It did not look significant. I have one thought about going back to the fence location. Just I want so much to work with you and have this happen tonight, and so just have patience and we'll just get through this. Make it happen.
No, go ahead.
Okay, good. I want you to get your fence. I want safety for you and your family. So
I appreciate that.
if you run from the corner of the garage,
Yeah.
and I think it's going to be a little funny to have just a tiny little foot length of fence projecting from the corner of your home and then turning the angle. So what if you have a full length of fence from the corner of your house?
Yeah.
I think they come in 6-foot lengths, I believe, traditionally or normally. So if you have about 6 feet coming from the corner of your house, then you make the turn, then you get to the driveway, and you go straight along. Would that work for you?
So go from the corner of the garage where the where the old fence was.
Yeah.
To there.
And then keep going until you're 6 feet away from the corner of your house, and that's when you make the turn, and then you have 6 feet to the house.
So going the other way too. So it's going to come 6 feet.
6 feet
off
out.
of the corner of the house.
Yep.
I'm just writing this down. Corner of the house. And then
jogs towards the driveway.
Jogs toward the driveway.
And then jogs all the way down to the garage.
Yeah.
Could that work for you?
Yeah, I think that's probably about what it's going to be. I mean, I'm looking here at the fence that I pulled up. Like, I know somebody said that a fence company would come out and do measurements. There's no measurements on all 3 quotes. Like, there's measurements of the fence, but not where and how far off the house, those types of plans. But I think that what you're saying, I think that's about what it's going to be anyway. So I think that sounds great.
How does the other commission members feel about that 6 feet distance from the house, making the turn?
It doesn't sound like there are any objections. You know, sounds like it's appropriate. I think maybe, I think it's time to make a motion, one way or the other. I mean, we've also got another applicant who's been waiting for a while too. So, Catherine, I don't know if that's something you want to make a motion and describe what you just outlined. I would suggest that there be a drawing submitted that shows that for confirmation before anything is purchased.
Okay.
Catherine, you're on mute.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion for a certificate of appropriateness for 328 Main Street, the demolition of a shed and removal of existing fence, and install a new fence that will go from the corner of the existing garage along the driveway and stop 6 feet from the corner of the right of the house, return to the house, and then have 6 feet length to the corner. This fence will be lattice. It will have a 6-foot gate, approximately where the gate is now. It is going to be painted black, and I think I got it. How did I do? Any other ads on there? It'll be wood, lattice.
Is there a second? I'll second. Catherine, how do you vote?
It's a yes for me.
Hans, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Justin, how do you vote?
I vote no because of the black.
Carol, how do you vote?
No, because of the black.
That'd be an aye for me. So that's a 3-2. The motion passes. Please submit a revised drawing with that information on it for the record.
Sure.
Okay.
And I submit that the same way that I did last time in the mailbox.
Or you can just, no, all you need to do, you can just send it to me via email. Okay?
Okay. Thanks so much, Andrea.
Yeah.
And thank you for your help tonight, everyone.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks for your patience.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. In the last hearing tonight, and thank you for your patience, 279 North Street to install a 6-foot fence around the pool. Why don't you walk us through your application?
Hi, this is Trisha Van Busker, the landscape architect for the project. So again, it's another pool fence, and I think you have some photos that are helpful here. Yep. So is everybody else set? So in the top left, you can see the front of the house at 279 North. And you can see existing is a white picket fence. And I think that the next helpful, yeah. And then the next helpful one is the bottom right, and that's looking back at the house. And you can see the privet in front of the white fence. And then if you go over to the plan, you can see along the front of the house is that white picket fence. What we're proposing to do is have the new cedar fence, the 6-foot cedar fence, come off of the existing sunroom for 2 lengths of fence, 16 feet, to give some front to the house, then turn and go behind the privet. The reason is this is where the kids play on this side yard, and we don't want to cut it in half. There won't be any of their play space left. And then catching up to the existing fence along the right side of the plan here. There's there's a picture of the fence back in the photos. It's the solid cedar board fence, 6 feet tall. In this, you'll see that it'll be behind the privet. So, yeah. And I think that's the essence of the issues that are related to the project in terms of historic. So I'll take any questions.
And so,
yeah.
just in terms of the plan, can we look at the floor plan? Julie, I don't know if that's you're controlling that, but the site plan. And so I understand that was kind of looking at the drawings you were leading. So it's not only on the right side of the house by the sunroom, it's all that fence along the left-hand side of the house by the driveway, by the garage, and all the way around.
It's, yeah, where your cursor is back further from the street, yeah. So at the street, that fence will remain the low white picket fence all the way, keep going until there. That's when it switches to the cedar fence. Yeah, that's cedar, yeah. And then going towards the right, it continues as cedar so that we capture that area of the yard for the kids to play.
Okay.
And the area where the cursor is now is already cedar.
Patricia, what is over where the 3 cars are parked on the left side of the drawing?
Right.
Where does the fence go across so the kids don't run out?
Well, yeah, into the pool as well. So where your cursor is now, if you go down and to the right, that's all the cedar, the new cedar fence, yeah. So the front yard is still all open.
I see.
All the way to the backyard, so it's set back really far there.
And then down at the bottom, when you come off of the street, that's the lower white picket fence. And then where does the 6-foot start?
Right there.
Right there, and it goes up and it connects to the support of the house?
Yes. And it's then when you're there where your cursor, like if you lower down to the street, it's behind, right there, now it's behind the privet hedge. That way, it's behind the hedge, yeah.
I see.
And the fence that's behind that privet that we were just looking at is how high is that? It looks like it, as it comes down to the street, it's 6 feet, but along the street, it's not 6 feet currently.
Well, right now it's the white picket fence, but it will need to be the 6-foot fence to satisfy the pool requirement.
Right. But there's a fence that goes up along the right-hand property.
Oh, right. So that'll be, part of that will be new until it catches up with the existing cedar 6-foot fence on the right-hand side of the property, yeah.
Yeah, and so that right where the cursor is, that's already a 6-foot fence?
It goes back a little bit. Yeah, you can see it in the bottom right photo.
Yeah.
It goes up pretty quickly to the 6-foot.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, so I know you're looking to capture specific parts of the yard here within the fence, within the pool fence, but I think that portion towards the front that comes off the existing sunroom and then goes toward the street, I think if there was a way to push that back, maybe towards where that existing patio is in the back, and go straight across to the right. At least that way, that fence, that 6-foot fence is sort of pushed a little further back instead of brought all the way to the street to accommodate a pool that's way at the back of the house.
Right, and that was the first thought, but since right now you can see where the pool is, it's this big hill. So the kids really play in their swing sets in that front area, and there's trees there as they play in, and it would just be a shame to cut that off. And just, it's behind the privet anyway, so it just like wouldn't be used for anything. And, you know, when they're little kids, so when they're not in the pool, it'd be nice for them to have a place to play.
But you could have a gate, right? Because you'd still have the front portion is enclosed within a fence. And so you could have a gate that opens up into that front area.
Yeah, it would just be cutting it in half, essentially.
This reminds me of the previous application this evening on Main Street where they were trying to put a 6-foot fence right on the road, and we did not approve that.
Mm-hmm. There's a photo that maybe I can share my screen. There is a 6-foot fence across the street. Is there any way I can share my screen?
Yes, you should be able to.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah. So this is directly across the street from what we're proposing it, and it's 6 feet.
Right, but it's also set back
off the street.
a ways from the street.
And that's a big difference.
Yeah. Well, this, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't want to be argumentative or anything, but there's lawn here on you can see on this side, that's not the other side, and a sidewalk. So it ends up to be, I don't have the exact measurements, but it ends up to be set back, you know, maybe not quite as far as this, but similar.
See, our concern is that people driving along and walking on the sidewalk get to see a good view of this antique house.
Right.
There'll be a section of it with a very tall fence before you get up almost in front of the house, and then you can see it. It always feels like we're making a fortress or blocking something off.
You're right, it's that fortress feel does not feel appropriate.
Okay. With respect to this house that you're showing right now, Tricia, there's a rapid decline in the it goes straight down almost.
But there's a sharp drop right behind.
Yeah, there is a sharp drop.
It's a big. It's almost it's a safety issue practically.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, a 4-foot fence would also satisfy that, but that's, yeah.
Any other thoughts on the fence, the layout, the style?
I like the style of fence.
Yeah, I do too. I hate to ask what color are you thinking about? Sorry.
We just plan to leave. Oh, go ahead.
What was that?
We plan to leave it unpainted, just cedar.
Cedar.
Yeah, that's great.
On the issue of the fence on the property line, the idea here was that we understand that everybody wants to be able to see the front of the house from the street. We were trying not to alter the existing sight lines, and you can see from that bottom picture on the bottom right that the fence would be completely behind the privet anyway, so it wouldn't change the existing sight lines at all.
But I think that the challenge with landscaping die or go away or get cut down, and you're left with a 6-foot fence. And so we can't rely on landscape to mask something. So I don't know if there's anybody on the commission. I'd like to hear if there's in favor of its current location, or it sounds like I'm hearing consensus that that 6-foot portion of fence should be pushed back away from the street, so that the site views from the street to the house are maintained. And whether that means where that bump out is, so the back portion of the bump out, where the patio is, or where the existing sunroom, just behind the existing sunroom, and then go straight across. I think taking another look at where that location is for the 6-foot fence would be important here.
Are you guys able to see on the street view? We have a playground that's there, so it's just difficult to head over from the house to the side yard. If you don't mind the jog, it wouldn't be that big a deal to push it back from the street a little bit further, but it's hard to go. It's hard to cut straight across. That's how we ended up with that. But I guess you can't see the playground in the picture.
And the tree there as well. It would have went. Yeah.
Yeah. We can see the playground better in the Google Street View. We played around a lot with that side of the fence, trying to figure out how to connect it. And this is what we came up with, just so that it wouldn't cut off the playground from the rest of the yard, so the kids could just stay in the yard. We can put a gate there, but it's since they're designed to make it so kids can't open them, because it's a safety issue for the pool. So the kids wouldn't be able to come in and out. And it would just cut off their play area in the yard. So we'd like to make as much of the yard as possibly usable for the kids. But we're not opposed to pushing the fence back a little bit if that's something that will make it satisfactory to you guys.
Any thoughts from the commission members?
I don't think it would take, I don't know how much to propose, but some setback would be very helpful.
It looks, I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say, it looks, given you have that really neat guest house and the patio and so many features, it seems there's lots of opportunity for a different location for the fence so that you're not obstructing the playground. I'm wondering if, maybe the fence connects the front left corner of the guest house to that then obstructs your patio. Yeah, so the spaces don't, like we can't sit at the patio and keep an eye on the kids, which is what we're able to do. I think I'm with Michael. I'm going from the corner of the patio to the side. I know it breaks up you may have to shift your playground area. It just feels really, we're struggling with this with a lot of people who are putting in pools this year because of COVID. That the fencing, people wanting to maximize their play space in their yards, and totally understand that. And that is, creating compromise is.
Yep, I understand. Could we do it? Could we tie it into that corner of the sunroom there and do it parallel all the way? I don't know if I'm explaining myself very well, but parallel to the front property line over to the property line to the east. So on the corner of the sunroom all the way over there, if we just did it parallel to the property line, parallel to the property line, diagonal.
That looks good to me.
So, parallel with the house or parallel with the street?
Parallel with the street, because if it's parallel with the house, it goes straight through the middle of the playground.
Yeah.
What about if we keep it orthogonal to the house, because I think it looks more like architectural when it is meeting the house straight, go down, maybe past the double gates, and then get parallel with the street. So basically, essentially, just pushing back the street part.
Yep.
Perhaps. Is that what you're saying, Tricia?
That seems agreeable to me.
Okay. Right.
And it creates a little visual interest as well.
So you're suggesting keeping the jog, or keeping the jog as it is, and then keeping the double gate where it is, and then about where the setback line is, keeping it parallel to the property line over to the right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That works. Does that work for you? Yeah, his husband doesn't care.
I'm sorry, but I'm not following where So
So I think what people are saying is that where the cursor is now, that jog was and going down by where the gate is. Although there's a hill there, and the fence guy told me the gate has to shift a little bit towards the front of the property line to make it work.
I think there's still room though.
I think there's still room, and then
And then from wherever that ends, a line that's parallel to the sidewalk.
Right.
Yeah, that would be great.
I think it's still blocking the view from the street.
yeah, I agree. It's awkward because there's not a lot of space between the two fences anymore, which it's kind of almost becomes a useless area as well.
What is the date of this house?
1720 something. Said something. I mean, if it's a double fence issue, we could take out the white picket fence in front of the 6-foot fence. That's not a big deal.
Would it interfere with the playground just to have the 6-foot fence come off of the existing sunroom the way you were showing it and just proceed straight across the property? Would that allow for your playground to remain intact?
Yeah, the playground is where Tricia has the words there, the notes. That's about where the playground is. So it would cut the playground in half if we did that.
Could that be moved?
And there's he was degrading that there's a hill that it goes a hill in the back, so the playground can't be shifted back. It's the only flat spot.
What about back by your guest house? Does that work? You took out a swing set.
It doesn't fit back there.
A swing set.
Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't fit back there.
How big is
You can't see. I can tell, but there's a step there in the back that from the back corner of the guest house across, it's like a 2 or 3 foot step there. And then the grading up again. There's a hill.
We're not trying to be difficult, but a beautiful 17-something or other house, we'd like to be able to see the side of it, even though there was a porch stuck on it. Still, I don't even see a picture of that.
It's a bit misleading with the drawings. Most of that side of the house is not historic. Can you see where the fence attaches on the left side, where that little jog is? From there back, all an addition. So the sunroom, no, on the other side of the house, where the fence, yeah, right there where the cursor is, from there to the rear property, all of that is an addition that's new as of a couple ago. And the sunroom is obviously new. So really, the only part that's historic on that side is what's above, what you'll be able to see above the fence anyway.
What about behind the sunroom, the rest of that house?
There's a little jog there, and then where the patio is connected is all new.
When was the addition put on, do you know?
2 years ago. we did that.
New.
Yeah, it's brand new.
You know,
we should have done it.
Carol, I think if we set back that 6-foot fence, the modest amount, have it parallel to the street. If you're coming down North Street, heading, I guess you're heading
downtown,
west, or heading away from downtown.
Okay.
I think that the fence being set back a little bit improves the view of the house. It's not utterly unimpeded, but you see more of it as you drive along. Just looking for a way to feel better about that.
I know.
Yeah.
And what's all the space on the other side of the backyard, in front of the pool? You can't read it because it's too small on the screen, but what goes on back there?
Just the walkway from the driveway. The reason that we didn't put the pool on that side is that if we had done that, it would have required bumping the house closer to the property line, and we thought that you guys wouldn't like that. Because
it's nothing to do with pools. Pools are all about you. But I'm thinking, is there any play space back in there if the fence were
they were on the other side of the house.
I'm saying, what if the kids were over there? Well, the patio's on the right side.
Yeah, and you know, it also would put the playground in a much more visible part of the yard. And where it is right now, it's kind of set back behind trees, so it doesn't stand out as much in the neighborhood, which we thought looked nicer.
Hans? Yep.
Michael, I gotta go with you. I think your initial thoughts were spot on. I think we gotta find a way to push this fence back. I think the way the property is right now, it's over fenced. There are fences everywhere. I think it dramatically changes this property. I think you gotta let the house show, and I think you gotta put it off the back corner somehow. And if there's any way to move the swing set or move stuff around in order to compromise for this pool, I think we gotta explore that.
We would be fine with taking down the wet. That's not. Once we have this new fence, we won't need it anymore. So to the extent that you think it's over fenced, that's not. That's one way we could address that.
Yeah, I think the white fence actually looks nice.
I think the white fence is very appropriate in front of the house edge.
So what if
the over fencing is maybe the 6-foot fortress-like fences?
Right, but that's the one that we have to have for the pool.
But I think the concern is where it's located, right? I mean, again, the pool is way in the back, far away, and I think finding a place for the fence that's appropriate for the property and does what you need for the pool, I think is where we're trying to go.
Yeah.
Right. Sacrificing the whole property for the sake of the pool.
I guess I'm pro figuring out a few alternatives to what we're seeing here. It doesn't seem like we've come up with a solution that resolves it. So I guess I would think the applicant would present something that, you know, another idea that she's comfortable with.
I mean, I ideally would like to try to come up with something today because otherwise the kids aren't able to use this summer, which would be a bummer. I think if we could come off the front corner of that fun room and come across, that we could work that out. It would be fine for us if we can make that work for with you guys. You know, if we could do that 16-foot section that comes off, like Tricia said, so that it is parallel to the house and then come across the property line, that would work for us. We just have to pull it forward a little bit because it'll have the playground and up otherwise. But it doesn't have to be up against the property line.
So I'm not sure I follow. So we're talking about coming off the house,
sunroom corner,
the corner, going straight across. Straight across.
We can't go straight across because it'll cut the playground in half. But if we pull it forward a little bit, you know, say we come straight off the house to this 16-foot section and then go parallel to the street. So it's a bit of a diagonal. So basically what we're proposing is setting back the fence to the end of that 16-foot segment.
I don't think that's appropriate for this application. For this, you're still not going to see the house. The fence is going to block the house. The intent is that you can see the house, you can see the structure. You're not going to be able to do that with that fence there.
Well, it's not blocking the historic part of the house, though.
It is. You're not going to be able to see the front of the house. It's going to block the front of the house from the street.
What I'm saying, the last thing that I just said, it wouldn't block any part of the front of the house.
It would block the view of the house.
It wouldn't block the view of the house from any public way. It would block it from the people who live next door or something like that. But Chamberlain, can you show me how to draw that? I'm not sure that I'm conveying what I'm saying correctly. No, this isn't on my screen, sweetheart.
anything on there that makes it say you can do that.
Okay.
Can I just try one more time to explain what I'm saying? It wouldn't block the view of the front of the house at all. Yeah, so where the cursor is, if we take that 16-foot segment and then just go from that endpoint parallel to the front property line all the way to the right, it wouldn't block any part of the front of the house, and it would be set back from the street, and it wouldn't have the playground attached.
How about some measurements? It's 10:30 at night and I fell asleep a little while ago, but could we maybe ask Tricia to come up with a proposal with a measurement from the sidewalk corner up as far as you think you need to go, and we could drive by and take a look from that point, maybe put some posts up or something? You may be right, maybe it doesn't block it, but it looks to me like it would still.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful if it's staked down 6 foot.
Nothing fancy.
Could be a 6 foot stakes with a ribbon across the top.
Come to an agreement today, it would. I just feel bad for my children. They've been home for a year, and there's no way that they'll get in if we can't figure out some fence today. And it seems like.
I think we're trying to work with you. I think what we see is not appropriate. I think what we're hearing is trying to make it appropriate, but it's hard to spell.
It's going to be there for decades.
Right.
If we can figure out a way to cut straight across, will that cut it for tonight? If we can come off that front sunroom corner and just go across.
I wouldn't be surprised if that is acceptable. Judging going by Google satellite view, I think if you're coming around North Street heading west, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if that fence would not impede the view of the house. But I do have to kind of see it.
Is that 100 foot of fence? What are we looking at there?
The scale is 32 feet on the bottom, so maybe 50 feet, 50 or 60 feet along. That's shown along the front of. That's shown right behind the hedge. So the whole thing, I would guess, would be about 50 or 60 feet if we went straight over.
So Mike, for me, it's very difficult for me to visualize this. I can't get there.
Yeah, it's
Also,
hard to visualize.
I also want to just chirp in here. I'm looking on Google Maps, and at the street view, there's a photograph there that really shows the left side of the house, between the house and the garage, and the proposed fence that I think none of us have really even examined that. We're so preoccupied with what's going on the right, but there's a massive stretch of fence going there as well that is actually going to be more visible than on the right side. So just if anybody can check out Google Map Street View. So I think there's a lot of fence here, and we're coming up against this again and again. This bit of fence on the left is kind of joining the house midway, in the middle of the house.
Yeah, if you could, looking at the Google view you were talking about, the reason that we chose to put it there is because that's where the addition is, so you'd still be able to see all the historic part.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking it feels really like the mass is really a lot on that left side, and maybe shifting it back to the edge of the walkway or closer to the walkway would be useful there. It's just I guess you gotta appreciate our struggle here. We've got so much fence.
And Catherine, where is the fence you were?
Yeah,
it's on the left of the house?
On the left of the house, there's also a large expanse fence that kind of separates the house from driveway.
And this is the white fence you're talking about?
It's also another black fence.
Oh, it's the proposed fence, okay. All right.
So that's also another big chunk of 6-foot fence. So is there, we haven't even discussed this option, but is it possible to just enclose the fence as its own body with fence, and then the rest of the yard can be free and open?
You mean enclose the pool?
Sorry, that's great fence, I'm getting punchy. Yeah, just the pool. I'm sorry, I apologize. Just the pool and leave the rest of the yard open. No, we didn't talk about that yet.
That would do it.
That would do it. That would solve all the fence problems.
It really ruins the yard. We talked about that option at length, and it's just, the space is so small with that hill that it just feels it's not good. I mean, I guess we would consider even not doing the project if we had to do that. I mean, you see on here that it's just such a narrow space. If you put the fence up against the pool, with between the where the circles are, that's a pretty steep hill. So it would just be kind of shoehorned in between the fence and the hill.
When you put the pool in, right?
We haven't put it. We need the fence first.
Oh, it's still a plan. Okay.
Yeah, it's just that it won't. You know, they can't start the pool until we have the fence permit, so it won't go in this summer if we can't figure something out.
Could the fence run along the left side of the shrubbery, all those little circles, around the pool, and connect to the guest house? Then
I think there's an issue with safety from the big house too, not being able to see what's going on in the pool at all. And if it's an open fence, then there's no privacy at all from the street.
Or how about the corner of the existing garage to the corner of the existing porch on the back left of the house, and then from the midway point on the existing patio to the to diagonally back towards the existing guest house. So get the round part of the existing patio, so right there, and go kind of diagonally back here. Could that allow, good visibility from the patio to the, I don't know if that's a raised patio, we don't have any photographs of the back.
No, it's brick patio.
Yeah, that's weird, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a brick patio. All of that part of the brick patio there connects to the new part of the house. The only, on the first level, the only part that's historic is that little tiny segment between the patio and the sunroom. And other than that, everything on the second floor will be visible. And there's also a door. It's not on the drawing, but there's a door coming out of the sunroom. So it would be better if the door out of the sunroom went into the yard than into, where we can sit there and see the kids from the sunroom and run and save that. They try to fall off of the playground.
I think we should turn this back over to Tricia, who's got all kinds of talent and great ideas, and I've worked with her before, and I know how smart she is. She'll figure this out. What we're saying is this plan is not going to pass the commission, and we need to get the tall 6-foot fencing off of the main street. Is that north or south? North Street. And you've heard some of our concerns, and we can move pretty quickly. It could be in next month's schedule. I have to ask Andrea. Is there any way to do it administratively? Because scheduling wise for the pool. What do you mean? Turning a new drawing, does it have to go through another hearing? Yeah, we have to vote on it.
We don't know what that new drawing is going to be.
And I get what your concern is. Everybody wants pools this summer, and they're all getting backed up, and you have to get in early. And
but it just won't go summer if we have to do that. I mean, is there a way
This fence is going to be in for decades.
Right, I understand plan, and I think that there is a way that we can address the concerns that you're presenting right now. I mean, if the fence tied from the corner of that existing sunroom, if it didn't jog forward at all and went straight across to the property line, it sounds like that's something that people would be okay with.
Would that be the case with the commission members?
What is the distance from that fence, that fence line to the white fence? About approximately.
From the front corner of the sunroom to the white fence?
Yeah.
Approximately 32 feet. And then, of course, because the road angles out, it gets bigger as it goes towards the corner.
You know, I think getting it, you know, behind the sunroom, would even be a better solution. It's a little further back. It certainly puts the playroom on the other side, the play structure on the other side of the fence, but I think you're less likely to see it because that sunroom will sort of be a little more prominent than that fence will.
And that bump out between the patio and sunroom is part of the historic structure. So I think going back to the first thing you said, Michael, coming off the patio, south side of that patio, that corner, straight across. And I agree with Catherine that the left side, if it minimized, if it came up maybe the back corner of the garage or within 5 feet of the back corner of the garage and got closer to that existing porch, and we minimized the amount of fence on that side as well. I think that would be helpful because that's a lot of fence on the left side, and it's, you know, right now it's coming right up to the little dent where that defines the addition on the back to the historic on the front, and it's crowding that a little bit. There are some windows on that south side. The Google Street View looks like this is during construction, you know, but I think there should be a way to minimize the fence on the left as well.
The fence on the left, we're happy to push back. That's not that big a deal. I didn't want it to be right on top of the porch, but that's fine. But the fence on the right is what we're worried about.
So I'm trying to get some consensus going here and whether we can move this forward tonight. And so, you know, in regard to the fence on the left, is that one, you know, if that one's pushed back to the corner of the addition, but leaves the porch towards the backyard.
Right. It's possible to capture, if you guys are looking at that preview, it'd be possible to capture that one window so it's not right on top of the porch. Or can you see the street view?
I can see this, yeah.
We push it back between those two windows, or do you want it right on top of the porch?
I can't quite see it.
Well, could you align it with the corner of?
There's a picture of the side of the house in the package Tricia submitted.
Yeah, the bottom left. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
How high? What's the sill of those windows? They look like they're pretty high. The fence.
Right. I think
they're underneath the sill of the window.
I don't.
It
looks like it's going to be really close, but I think we'll have to be on one side or the other because I don't think that's quite 6 feet.
Okay.
If it helps, that's our kitchen, and there's a counter there, which is why those windows are shorter. So I think it's got to be on one side or the other. I don't think the bottom of the window is. Yeah.
I think that'd be fine as long as it, you know, so as not to crowd the back porch.
also looking at the Google Street View here. With the right, I think getting it, as far back as possible, even to that back corner where the cursor is, would be preferable. I think if it's, to the back of the existing screen room, that might actually be okay as well. But I think even where it is now at the front corner, I think it's, I think it's going to be too prominent.
If you could go from where the cursor is right now and have it intersect that right-hand edge of the property orthogonally, that would be, I would feel comfortable voting tonight on that.
On that side of the house, where does the roof line come down?
Do we have the street view that we can pull up again?
Yeah, but you can't see on that side.
Yeah, that's hard on the street view is just a little bit.
All you see is the porch here, the screen porch, which is in the front of the house. So can you guess like where the original house roof comes down?
I have actually, you can see it on the street view if you get just the right angle, and I have it. If I can share my screen. Can I do that, or how do I do that?
Looks like.
Can you see this?
Yeah, you can see it. You can scoot over just a little bit. The angle I have, you can see it.
Oh, it's already covered up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
By the shrubs.
No, there's a structure.
The porch comes out in front of it, of that little jog there.
There's 2 stories.
Right.
It's 2 stories tall, so you're already covering up that roof line.
Yeah, that was there. I mean, that's the number.
Yeah.
But yeah, that back roof line of the jog matches up to the roof line of the house. And you can't tell from that angle, but it's basically one straight across.
It sort of follows down so that where that bump is the second floor bump, if we followed that roof line down, that's the end of the original part of the house?
Yes.
Okay, so what about that as a point?
Where we start from there. I don't know what it would briefly look like.
I mean, connecting the fence to that spot.
Well, I think that was the original suggestion.
I'm sorry, I still
When we started this discussion. So,
was that still tonight, or was that?
That was a while ago. Yeah.
Still tonight? Okay, so what about that?
That seems like a reasonable compromise.
That seems like a
Right
good compromise, yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
Straight
And
up.
whether it hits at a right angle the property line, or whether it is orthogonal to the structure, probably orthogonal to the structure.
Maybe even a little lower than that.
Yeah, so I mean, that's really the only choice. We have to go that far back.
I think of everything we've talked about, that feels the most appropriate of what we've talked about. So. Okay.
Yay.
Right there.
Yay.
Yeah, and then the one on, can you draw the one on the left-hand side too?
Yes, can you describe where that goes again?
It's probably midway between where the fence is now. No, if you go, the fence coming out the side of the house, go down, yep, right there. And if that line that goes left to right would move up to about there, right?
It's about halfway to the porch, a little bit closer to the street, so there's a window there.
So part of the addition would show. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah, like that. Yeah.
And how far over here?
Right where it is.
It'd stay like that.
Yeah, right where it is. Okay. All right. Would somebody like to make a motion? Okay, I will make a motion for 279 North Street for the installation of a 6-foot high fence, cedar board fence, which would be left natural to weather, based on drawings dated March 10th, drawing L1 with modifications, moving the right-hand side of the fence to the back corner of the bump out, orthogonal to the house to the property line on the right, and modification to the fence location on the left-hand side of the house to be approximately midway between the windows on the addition portion to the rear and left-hand side of that fence to remain as shown in the drawing. And I would suggest that we submit this markup as part of the record, as part of the motion.
Second.
Okay. Catherine, how do you vote?
Yes for me.
Hans, how do you vote?
Yes.
Justin, how do you vote? Aye. Carol, how do you vote?
Aye.
That's an aye for me as well. The motion carries. Thank you for your patience and your time. And enjoy your new pool.
Thank you, Tricia. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that was the last hearing. I know, Andrea, we had on the agenda to review and approve the minutes.
Yes, please.
I read them and they're fabulous. Thank you.
Yeah, Julia's brilliant minutes.
Really well
I
done.
read them as
Okay.
well. They're great. I love the this interesting new style.
She'll have her work cut out for her with tonight's minutes.
Oh my gosh. And she's good with the tech. Thank you, Julia.
Yeah, Julia's brilliant. She boy, did you step up tonight.
I'm going to send you, Andrew, right now, that document with the red lines on it.
Wonderful.
You can curse it.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Who was drawing on that last one?
That was good.
That was me.
Because I'm on Zoom like 18 hours a day it seems, and I can draw on the PC, but not on my home Mac. Like the Mac version didn't have that option for me.
It was a PDF. I was just drawing on the PDF.
I would have drawn on the screen.
It's the PDF.
That fence line 45 minutes ago.
Julia, I told you to tell your mom and dad that you rock. I hope you did.
I did.
Good.
I'm going to move to approve the minutes of the March 18th meeting.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm going to move to approve the minutes of the March 25th meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
I have one thing to say. If you all thought I was a lunatic because I sent you that email about the 392 Main Street, let's just say I probably was off my rocker. So it's just, there's so many applications, and I just get, I don't know. So anyway, I apologize for that. But nevertheless,
Make a motion to feel okay about Andrew.
Thank you. Shall I move on?
I think you were extra organized.
Yeah.
Not off your rocker, but extra organized.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Thank you, everybody. It was a long evening. Appreciate your dedication here, and motion to adjourn.